Test. Test.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
I wasn't sure we had started, so that's my fault. Is everybody doing okay? We are so excited to have you here at our first ever Connecting the Dots conference. Lynn and I are the NRSC English literacy team, and our sessions focus on unlocking literacy using ASL and English for teaching literacy skills to deaf and hard of hearing students. So I am Debbie Gilliam. I recognize some faces out there. If you don't know me, this is my 25th year with AIDB. I started out as a high school social studies teacher. I was in the classroom 16 years, and then I transferred to our Gentry facility and remediated all subject areas for students there. That's a post-secondary facility. I was there a few years, and then I was an instructional coach, and now I'm in this position, and this is my second year. So we are very excited to have you. I'm going to let Lynn introduce herself or tell you a little bit about her.
Good morning. I am so excited to see all of y'all. Some of y'all I've seen on Zoom, and the Utah folks, I know your names better than I know your faces because I keep remember seeing your names. But thank you so much. And we're going to do a little bio poem activity in a little while where we will introduce ourselves and so we can learn where everyone is from. But you don't know how excited we are to be presenting this conference and to have you here. We're hoping that you'll receive a lot of information and strategies and things that you can carry back with you to your classroom to use with your students. Y'all just don't know how excited I am. So yay, I'm so happy you're here. And if you need anything, just let us know. If your technology doesn't work, you need to ask Debbie or Zach because I'm the English person. I know English, but technology is not my thing. I try, I do everything, I try, but it's not, if it doesn't work when it's supposed to work, I don't think I can help you. But anyway, thank you for being here. Thank you for your dedication to your students and taking the time, your personal time to be here and to learn and about things, how you can help your deaf and hard of hearing reach their full potential. So thank you and welcome. Oh, you want me to tell you about myself? Okay, I forgot about that. Okay, I have been in deaf ed over 40 years. And when I went to the Mississippi School for the Deaf, I realized that because the students were like, why am I supposed to listen to you? And so then I started saying, well, I have been doing this for a long time. And I said, I've been doing it for, oh my gosh. So I've been in deaf ed for over 40 years. I have taught all age grade levels from pre-K through college, all levels from low to high. I've been curriculum coordinator at 3 schools for the deaf. I have taught at Jacksonville State University remedial English and reading for deaf and hard of hearing students. And I think that's it. But anyway, I've been involved in several schools for the deaf, mainstream programs as well. So, and I'll tell you, the greatest teacher I had were my students because they would come to me and they came to me one day on the board, they said, I saw last night on TV, I have had 3 surgeries, where they saw, have had together. Wrong, wrong, wrong. I'm like, nope, it's not wrong. I said, but you gotta give me a couple days to try to figure out how to explain to you why that is correct. So a lot of the strategies and things I have come up with is because English is very complex. And so I've had to, so anyway, my trainings for my students, what they have taught me and what I have shared with them and breaking down the English has worked, so we're happy to share those things with you today. And we have several speakers. Eugenia Truman is here. She will be sharing ASL strategies this afternoon. Oh, I'm sorry, she got married again. I'm so sorry. But our speakers tomorrow all day will give you a whole wealth of information as well. So thank you for being here. Thank you for giving of your time.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started. I don't like the part where we're postponing. It was where you introduce yourselves. You know, don't you hate that when you go to a conference, you got to introduce yourself? So Lynn and I have come up with a fun activity for that. You're going to write a poem about yourself. Won't that be fun? But first, we want to introduce the Dash. For those of you who are here in person, you each have a box, and within your box, you will have a Dash robot, and you'll have a charger, and then you'll have these two little connectors. These are building brick or block connectors, I believe. They look like ears to me, right? But these are really cool. I haven't used them yet with my Dash, but you can buy a set of Legos and it builds. You can, I don't know, build even a tower on top of the Dash's head. So this is what's in your box. For those of you who are virtual, and we have a large virtual audience, we are giving away 3 Dash that robots that are unboxed. We have been using them for demonstration purposes, so just know that we have 3 that we will be drawing names and giving 3 Dash robots to someone in our virtual audience. Okay. So, as Lynn said, we really want this to be your workshop. We want you to learn strategies and have resources that you can go back and use in your classrooms or tell others about. So you can stop us at any time if you have a question. And it's a kind of a long session, 4 hours, I think. So we have 3, well, let me go ahead and show you the agenda. Here we go. Did everybody get this presentation? So that if you have trouble seeing it, if you're virtually, or if you're like me and you're getting older and your eyes aren't what they used to be, we did send it so you can see it or view it on another device. Okay, so this is our agenda for our session. We're going to introduce the Dash. We're going to take it out of the box, look at it, talk about it. We're going to look at programming the Dash, and we will be using apps to do that. And then we'll go dashing through the curriculum. And we're going to start with English, and that's where we're going to do our kind of icebreaker activity in which you'll write a poem about yourself. Don't freak out. I have a template, and it actually is just fill in the blank. Maybe you all already looked at it. And then we'll talk about reading. We'll give you reading, resources and strategies, ideas, basically. Science, and then when we do cover science, we have another activity, hands-on activity that we'll be doing together. And then we'll talk about social studies, and last will be math. In the math activities, we will be doing the Class Connect, which is a classroom for teachers who are using the Dash. Like you all were given 1 Dash today, those of you who are in person, but maybe you want to use it with your classes and you only have 1. So the virtual dashboard is a great way for each student to have a virtual Dash. And it's also for teachers who may still be teaching hybrid classes, like you've got some kids who are still virtual. You can assign them assignments and activities in your virtual classroom. So that will be the math. At the very end, hopefully, you'll have enough information that you can design your own activity using the Dash. Okay, does that sound okay with everybody? Good. Okay, as I mentioned, when you're programming the Dash, you will need to use an app. You can do Blockly, which is the one we'll be using today. You can access that app online, or you can download it to a compatible device. We will also use the Go app, in which you're going to personalize your Dash. So if you want to go ahead and get your Dash out of the box. One thing, when I first started using the Dash, my tendency was to grab it, or him or her, I'm not sure. It's gender neutral. You can assign the gender. I would pull it by its head, and that could actually break the dash. So you want to, grab his body or her body, not the head. And all of your dash should be fully charged. So if you look on one side, there's a white button. If you'll press it, your dash should come on. Now we don't want to, at this point, program our dash to do anything. When you go to the Go app, you can also control the volume. I hear some dash out there telling us hello. You don't want to do any programming on the table because Dash could fall off and he could get hurt or she could get hurt. So ideally, you want a 4x4 area on the floor before we start doing the programming. Whose Dash is that? Okay. So if you look, at your iPads, you should have all of the apps installed and go to the Go app. For those of you who are with us virtually, if you'll go ahead and go to Blockly, the Blockly portal that I sent you in the email, you can personalize your virtual dash by changing the avatar. So let me show you how that would work. Lynn, if you'll assist our in-person with going to the Go app to personalize, I'm going to show our virtual folks. You will find your avatar. Everyone should be entered as a student. Okay, look, you see Lynn's avatar here. It looks like I don't know, a hippo, some purple animal. If she doesn't like that avatar, you see the icon with the pencil, she can edit her avatar. She can give herself another name, she can change the background color, and she can browse through and find a different avatar. So this is what you'd be doing if you're with us virtually. For those in person, you're on the Go app. If you need assistance, just let us know. I'm sorry, I missed that little bit of information. Pair your robot. Oh, wow. Way too many robots. I know. If you
He's ready to go. He's ready to go.
That's what we were just saying. Okay, so we have about 20 robots in the room. If you're trying to pair your robot, we may want to take turns. We'll start at this table. So everyone turn their robot off. If you're standing a certain foot away or a footage away from your partner, it will pair, but we're all kind of close together even though we're at different tables. Okay, wherever you are with your dash, personalizing it, just know that you will go to the Go app to personalize. You can change the color of his lights or her lights, and you can name your dash. And you can also manipulate the volume because as you can tell, he is very vocal. I didn't mean to do that. I really didn't. Okay. Okay. So wherever we are, let's just stop here. This may take a little longer than I had anticipated, just personalizing. I didn't think about there being 20 robots in the room. Sorry. Okay, so when we stop to do our poem, we'll just spend a lot of time, Lynn and I will go around and make sure everybody can personalize their dash. Okay, just briefly an introduction. I have for your resource, this link here is an explanation of the dash parts. It's way more complicated than I know or care to know about the dash, but that's for your resource. One important thing to note is when you are charging your dash, if it needs to be charged, the on and off button will flash. But when it is fully charged, it will just be a full white button, just to let you know. So out of that whole resource, that's what I thought was important. But if you're more technical and analytical and you want your students to know all the parts, and there are a lot of parts, there's sensors, there's wheels inside, even the dash can sense another robot is near. And it can also sense like if it's about to bump into a wall or something. So it's very awesome. I just don't know all the parts. Okay, this one I did like this resource if you are teaching about the dash to your students. This does talk about its parts and its hardware, and it has a diagram. So this would be something you could print out for your students as you talk about the different parts of the dash, and they can cut out and glue the parts on the diagram. Okay, what can it do? It can move, and we're going to practice that soon, hopefully. It can go forward, backward. You can set the speed and the distance. So that's really cool, especially if you're teaching science and math. It can turn. You can set the angle at which you would like your dash to turn. It, as you know, as you heard, some of you saw, it makes noises, and when it makes noises, it lights up. So that's a way or an indicator that it is making some sort of sound. It has pre-programmed sounds like animal sounds, like a siren, just different sounds. But you can also record sounds and you can record voice. I've never done that, but if you have students who have some hearing or if they're hard of hearing, and that is something that the dash will do. Are there any questions about that part? Okay. Okay, Blockly. Everyone should have this app on your iPad. If you do not, this is what all the virtual attendees will be using. This is the online Blockly. If you go to the link that I sent you in the email, you will go to mine and Lynn's classroom, and I have entered everyone in here. We've already discussed that. You will find your avatar. And there's over 90 people here, so hopefully you can find yours. I keep finding Lynn's. And when you click on your avatar, you have 3 options. You can go to puzzles, and there's about 13 puzzles that you can do virtually. And it is the same way as using the dash physically and with the app. You can also, and this is the middle option, my projects, you can create your own project. And that's what we'll be doing with our poem and later when we order the planets. And then the last one is activities, and that's where the teacher assigns students specific activities. And you've already been assigned a math activity that we'll do at the end. Okay. So if you are with us virtually, you can go ahead and do one of the puzzles to get acquainted with the dash. If you want to, if you have a device, like some of you have your laptops, you can either do it online or you can use the iPads at your table to practice with Blockly. But again, if you're programming your dash here, you want him on the floor, not on the table. So you'll just click the puzzle. It says dash needs help. Teach dash to drive safely around the Wonder Workshop Neighborhood Square, which is full of surprises. So you will see that's your virtual dash. This is just an intro. We can skip the intro. Press start, which is this green arrow button here. When you do move the blocks to program your dash, you will press start to try out your programming. Yeah. Okay, and then you just follow directions. It says connect the blocks to teach dash how to drive forward. Press start to run your program. So we're going to move forward underneath start, and that's how we program. We choose what the command we want to do, and you just build on the block, the start or the start block. Yes?
It's asking for a teacher code.
Yes, I emailed everyone that. It's RBFB1.
Thank you.
Did that work?
And we're supposed to give a device name? We're labeling this.
Let me see. Are you?
You said something about 90 people. Is that just 90 virtual people?
No, not there. That's including those
Okay,
who
so
are.
how do I find our names?
It's going to be in the profile. If you click on profile, you can browse through.
It says manage profiles, and it wants a teacher code and device name.
Okay, the teacher code.
Okay, so do I actually?
You don't need a device name.
Do I skip or connect?
Connect.
It says teacher name Debbie Gill.
That's me.
Okay, can I connect to that?
Let's see if anyone is actually connected.
Yes.
Okay, Amy is working her puzzle. Yeah. Ciara needs help. Ooh. Where's Jenna and Jessica? Because they are on it. Are they not in the room? Okay. As everyone is virtually, hopefully working with puzzles, I'm going to make sure everybody can find
It says internet connection's not working. Some of them are fine.
I'll check the settings.
She says her internet connection's not working.
Okay, you'll
connect now. Did you get the shot though? Did you see the shot?
Excuse me, I forgot the app name.
He's gonna have to fix that.
Yeah, yeah. They probably just felt new pieces here.
This is our tech guy.
I'm connected to my left. It runs. What happens to the button?
Are you not connected to yours? I don't know. I'm connected to somebody. Mine don't. Mine don't. Okay, you need to turn it on. I can't get beyond that. I'm sorry. No, you can't come to the line. Okay. So where do I? But you're a go. You're a go. You're in the right place. Oh, you're in a game already. I don't know. Have you already made it? I think so. Just connecting, and then, yeah. Yeah, but I don't think I did. Yeah, I picked whatever the first one was. How can you know if this is me? It should have connected. And I did, but I don't know if that's me. Or so many. Did you name it? No, it should be that one. So that you should. Here's the two uploaded, but I don't think this is me. It's in this one. I know, just read that. Because I have two. Oh, yeah, it says, it does say you have two. There's Chloe. Makes it easy. I don't think so. Okay. Which one of them is him? Which one is him? Okay, this is Chloe. She has two right now. Can we disconnect this one? Oh, no, 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 no. We did one part. Personalize your
Okay, and then you just move this. No, you told us to turn everything off. So I can do it.
She figured out that if you click on each avatar and when you turn blue, that's yours. When the little black circle dot will turn blue. Yeah, it won't turn yellow. She's the one that done with the blue. I think I was connected to yours earlier because hers started moving when I was doing it. Like if the light doesn't turn blue on yours, it's not yours. Right here. What light turns blue? This right here. It'll be blue when you connect to it. No, the side. The side one? Yeah. I'm gonna name it. Be my little first. There you go. Oh, it's just too many people trying to get away. Mine's doing good. Did it do it? Yeah. That means. What does it mean when it turns red? Unless you turn them off and turn them back on. I don't know. That's what the tech person would tell us. Try it out. Turn it off, turn it back on. I would do that. That's a job. They told me I was having problems with my computer and I turned it off over a weekend and I turned it back on and the guy was like, "Did you turn it on and turn it back on?" I said, "What's the problem? I think turn it off." You're like me. Okay, I'm connected to somebody. I don't know on this one. I'll find it. Is it London? That means somebody's got control of it. I'm connected to somebody. It must be what it's. I'm connected. Somebody just said they were connected. I'm Globey. I made Globey, but it says I'm connected to Globey. But I don't know who Globey is. Well, I just made Globey go away. Is it possible that that's Globey? Yeah, somebody. Is that Globey? I don't know. It just started moving. I think it's just. Mine said goodbye. I think. Anyway, this is Globey. Okay, so this is Globey. This is Globey. Okay, so where's Amy? Come over here and see if this connects to yours. And I'll take this one.
Okay, sorry for the mass confusion. There's a lot of robots in the room, and trying to connect to your device and all of that is connecting, unconnecting. But just know that's how, in an ideal situation, you would connect your robot. And there's puzzles that you can do, and I'm so glad that some of you actually understood how to do the puzzles. That's just practicing how to program your robot. Okay, so we're going to move on because we are having trouble with some connecting. Hopefully the virtual folks, is there any way that we can see the comments that they're able to connect their virtual dash? We'll check on that in a minute. Lynn, we're going to go move on because Once we do start on the bio form, we'll have another break, then we can go around and assist. I was just wondering how the virtual folks are doing. We're having problem connecting. Everybody's on the same internet, and it's connecting and disconnecting. Check on the comments. Okay, so classroom setup ideas. If you're using Dash in your classroom, these are just a few ideas, and we have some materials over on the table. Painter's tape to make blocks and a pathway. You could also purchase like a shower curtain, the vinyl, and Dash will move rather quickly on it or smoothly. The carpet, if you've tried to move on the carpet, it will move on the carpet, but it's not, maybe it may affect the speed if you're doing some sort of math calculation or science experiment, you would need to factor that in. Any kind of props that you have, like one teacher you see use the alphabet, and then I really like the one in the corner where they made a 3D maze to program the Dash to go through. So these are all ideas. You can use, like I said, Legos. If I were using Dash in my classroom, I would buy like blocks so that you can make tunnels for the Dash to go through and that type of thing. If you go to Wonder Workshop, and that's the classroom Class Connect that we've been talking about, I highly recommend that you do the free trial subscription. That's what I did. And goodness, I had it for 30 days or more, it seemed like. And I really thought it would be beneficial for our teachers. So we have requested to purchase a school license. And we haven't gotten the license yet, but they graciously gave me a demo for today. So that's what we're using today as a demo. So I got the demo on Wednesday, so I'm learning the Class Connect as you probably will too. We'll probably learn the features together today because I just didn't have enough time to play with it. But if you are interested in a subscription for your classroom, let me or Lynn know, because we will be purchasing a school license, and then you would be under our license as a teacher. Also, as a resource on the Google slide, there is a link for a poster. You can tell that the internet's working slow on how long that took to appear. Okay, this is a poster that you can print out, laminate for your classroom, just to let your students know how to take care of the Dash. And like I said, not picking the Dash up by its head, making sure that you don't program the Dash on the table, and let's see. Be careful, of course, if you step on the Dash or your tablet. And believe me, I know when I was an instructional coach visiting various schools, that's what I heard over and over, teachers saying that students would break a tablet or an iPad. So just being careful with that. And if Dash becomes dirty, of course, you wouldn't want to use water to clean the Dash. Okay. So English lesson ideas, we're going to start with the bio poem so we can kind of get to know each other now that we've kind of discussed or did an introduction of the Dash. So as a resource, this is an actual activity I did with my students when I was in the classroom. You have a template and you're writing a poem about yourself. So this is the poem. I'm not sure what I said, but I did this about 6 years ago in the classroom as an illustration or an example for my students. We won't be doing this part. This is a Google drawing, but I gave it to you as a resource. Like if you want to do this part in your classroom, have your students use the Google drawing, you make a copy of this, and then it would just be a template for you. Okay, everybody everybody should have gotten this for those in person. Lacey, did you pass this through? This is your template, and go ahead and give everybody one of those. Okay, so this is your template, your name. You're going to describe yourself using 4 adjectives. And you're a sibling of, or son of, or daughter of, and then lover of the things that you really love in life. And who feels, what kind of feelings do you have? Who gives, what do you give? You tend to give this. And what you fear, that one was easy for me because I've got about more than 3, but I had to list 3 fears. Who are 3 things you would like to see and where you live. Now you don't have to be, if you don't feel comfortable saying I live this city, this state, you can say I live in the country, I live on the lake, whatever it may be. Okay, when we finish that, hopefully, if we can't do this because of our dash not connecting or whatever, this is a planning sheet and this is a lesson plan that I got through Class Connect because there are all kinds of resources once you do subscribe. And I just tweaked it to match me, and you would do the same with those lessons. But with the poem, you're going to write your first line of your poem and then give your dash a command, like move forward 50 centimeters. And then a transition for mine, I had the dash dance around. So, and then on your second line, you would give a command and a transition. So this is something you could use with your students if we're not able to use it with our dash today. For those who are with us virtually, for those who are with us virtually, you would go to My Projects. And this is just for not writing your poem, but for giving your dash commands and transitions. And you would create a new project, and you could command your dash to do those commands and transitions here. And I did have an example. Yes. So with my poem, this is what I did for the first line. I actually had my dash say hi, move forward 70 centimeters fast. Then he puts all his lights on and does a silly dance. So I did all of that for my first line, but you don't have to. Just one command, one transition. Okay, so I'm going to leave this up just for you to get an idea. The first thing we'll do is we'll write our poems about ourselves. We'll take about 10 minutes to do that.
I'm still on my bio.
Okay, if you're not finished with your poem, just writing your poem yet, that's okay. What we've decided to do is take a break, a 30-minute break, to figure out what's going on with our robots. Because they are designed to be in a classroom. Maybe not our classroom, but most classrooms have 20 or 30 kids in it, right? So we probably need to spread out some when we start trying to connect. And there is an issue with connecting to the internet. Shaco's internet, we have that available, but we also have brought hotspots. So we may need to connect to those. So we're going to take about 30 minutes. You need to finish up writing your poem, and then Lynn and I will go around after we spread out and help connect your dash so that you can do those commands and transitions, okay? Thank you for your patience. Lynn, did you have something you needed to say?
Did you give the information to connect to our Wi-Fi or our hotspots?
I don't have that.
Back? I mean,
Do you have the password to our HOTS NRSC? The Cradle Point, the password? Okay, we'll share that with you in just a moment.
and make sure when we start playing with the robots, we kind of need to get a corner here. Some of you may want to go out in the hall because I with so many of the robots together, Globey's connecting with Eugenia, and they're not sure whose robots is whose. So we'll just spread out and play so you can program.
out your dash. We're still having some iPad connectivity issues. I apologize for that. But hopefully you get the general idea. When you go back to your rooms tonight or you get home, play with your dash and see if you can manipulate it and connect to your own Wi-Fi. I think there's so many of us, and we've got 2 different Wi-Fi options, and some of the iPads aren't working very well either. But with that said, hopefully you get an idea of how to use it in your classroom. And if you don't have enough Dash robots, just know that you can use it virtually. You can do the whole thing virtually. So I know Chad, we set up his free trial classroom. If you need help with that later, let me know. You get 30 days to use it. If you like it, let me or Lynn know, and we'll try to add you to our subscriptions or license. Okay? Now, the bio poems. We need a volunteer to share their poem. If by some miracle you were able to program your dash and you would like to bring your dash up and show us what your dash can do, plus share your poem with us. And just for incentive, we have door prizes. If you would like to come up and share your poem. Lacey in the back saying, I will. If you're online, you can also share with us your poem. And the way you would do that, or it would actually be your dash programming is what you could share with us. And let me just show you how you could do that. Still under Lynn's profile, and you can see the issue we're having with our internet here. What you would do, we're going to talk our way through this. When Lynn's profile avatar showed up, I would click on that. And then I would click on, there's 3 options. Remember, there's puzzles, my projects, and activities, I think. You would click on my projects. That's where you were to go to program for your poem. And you did a blank project, hopefully. I know Chad did that. Up in the right corner, it says share. Does it say share? Is that the wording? You could share your project. You click on that, and it gives you a code to share. And you would share it with us, that code, and we would be able to open up your project. That's for our virtual folks. So if anyone would like to put a code in the comments, this is for our virtual attendees, you could also have a chance to get a door prize. Okay, I still don't have anybody in person. So, okay. Yes, come up, Eugenia. So you were unable to program your dash, right? Okay. It's really cool. Could you share with everybody what your dash was doing while you were just sitting there? So it is kind of cool how your robot can sense other robots, and they will gravitate to other robots. Okay, would you like to come here for the microphone?
All right. Eugenia is adventurous, creative, out-of-the-box thinker, and tall. Sibling of Gary and Sandra. Lover of meaningful conversations, outdoors, and family. Who feels content in the woods, happy when others succeed, and frustrated with inconsiderate people. Who gives encouragement, hugs, and good dinners. Who fears no one showing up, being stuck, and burning the biscuits. Who would like to see New York City, Bali, and manatees. Who lives on the dirt road, Vanderpool O'Daniel.
Thank you, I love that. So hopefully you will use that in your classrooms. There's always opportunity to get to know your students a little better. Anyone else like to share? Okay, Shannon. And Gina, you get a water bottle. These water bottles have our logo on them, and they are awesome. You can ask Lacey, you can put your ice and a drink in there and maybe forget about it till the next day, and it's still cold. So they're pretty awesome.
I am Shannon, and Shannon is bossy, fun, friendly, loud. I'm a sibling of Tommy and Charles. I'm a lover of reading, purple, sweets. I feel loved when hugged, cold when it's rainy, and happy when I'm swimming. She gives love, hugs, and praise. She fears heights, new situations, and snakes. She would like to see Australia, COVID go away, and all children be able to communicate. She lives in Texas by the railroad, and her last name is Johnson.
Thank you so much. Here's your water bottle. Do we have anyone share a code, Zach, in the comments virtually? Did you hear what he said?
Where's my code?
I'm sorry? A code? Oh, she couldn't find the code. Okay. Well, I would love to demonstrate. Okay. So under my projects, you see I started my bio poem, so I'm going to click on that. Actually, no, I don't have to click on it. I can share. So that's how you do it. Oh, sorry. I think it's still connecting. But did you see the icon that looked like download? You would click on that and it would give you a code. And then we would enter the code here to see it. click on the icon for your activity. I told you we would be learning this together. And you see the share icon and click upload, and that is my code to share with you all. Okay, we'll try to get you another third iPad. Just a second, Delia. Lynn, can you try to get Delia another iPad? Jessica, were you able to find your code? It did give her a code or did not? Okay. Okay, while we're waiting on Jessica. Oh, she just typed it. We need her code. Unless you would like to read her poem. Jessica, you will get a door prize. Do not worry. Okay, you've got to click your activity icon and it will give you a share icon, and click on that and it'll give you a code. I'll do that again. So this is my bio poem I had just started. If you look on the left-hand side, there's a little icon or avatar, and then there's the share icon. So when you click on share, it says upload project, and it gives you a code. Okay, we can come back to that if Jessica
So then
does.
they would have their code, they would just tell you the code, you can put it up there, and
Right.
then you would, okay.
Yes, but she's having difficulty, and I understand finding the code. So we'll move right along.
Haley has programmed her bio poem to her robot.
MTUR, I did.
Yeah.
We'll let her show it.
Sure.
Wrong with petty, Mr. Reclusive.
Is there a way to sync it to what you're saying, or it just kind of goes? It doesn't match to like each line?
You would just have to time it yourself, and you can program it to delay or time or move. Yes. Well, no, if you put him right there, he'll go off. Yes.
She's gonna back up first, she said. You want me to read it, or you gonna read? You read it.
I prefer can I sign it?
Okay.
No, it's fine. I can read it faster. Okay. Haley is reclusive, supportive, loud, and a little bit gassy. I'm a sibling of Corey, Drew, Taylor, Wes, and Abby. And then I'm a lover of animals, socks, and Doctor Who. Oh, he's blinking his lights. Who gives good vibes, bad advice, and mediocre snacks, fears spiders, cats running away, and losing my taste and smell again, and who would like to see Chernobyl, the Color Festival, and then, of course, the rest of the world, last name Cologne.
Oh, I love that.
Did he move though, Haley?
He moved, he did his little dance, but you couldn't really hear his sound, so I'll just have to be louder next time.
That was awesome, though.
And now it's talking to me.
And I love your realness in your poem. Very cool. Okay, this is the last page we're going to go over with me, and then I'm going to turn it over to Lynn, so you have a little bit of a break from me. Okay, so we did the bio poem, you have the template, and you also have the planning sheet for your transitions and commands. Okay, these were some activities that I did get from Class Connect. The first one is Alphabet Zoo Trail. If you teach younger students, this would be a cool idea. You let the students design a zoo trail for Dash. You design zoo animals in which you can decorate your Dash. Using painter's tape, you could decorate your Dash. And materials, there's just all sorts of things. Fuzzy balls, you could be very creative. And you see the picture in the bottom is where students are using Legos. Program the Dash to just move forward. So this would be for younger students. And the template that I downloaded is what you would get from Classroom Connect, the teacher resources. And it's just a path of the alphabet. Well, you wouldn't have to necessarily just do it with zoo animals. You could do it for Christmas. The students have to name a word related to Christmas that starts with A. But with zoo, the teacher would, the students would work together in groups and have an animal for each letter. Okay, awesome adjectives. Lynn and I have some resources on the back table because we are the English Lit team. We have several books and resources that you're welcome to browse through and look. But this is one I shared with you. It's a book that we love. Lynn, if you'll get it, the Awesome Adjectives book. And you can see the internet slow. But this is, I found it online. So I shared that link with you. If you don't have the book, you could use it online. Yes, there it goes. And so I have a 2-year-old grandson. He's almost 3, and he loves it. If you see the pictures, they're very cool. And it's just teaching adjectives. Words like spunky, rather clunky, priceless, nice, or downright junky. It's just a cute resource if you're teaching adjectives. And this author actually has 27 books related to all the parts of speech plus a lot more, prefixes, suffixes, root words. So it's a very cool resource. So related to Dash, what I would do is I would print out these cards in different colors or whatever and have the student pick out, if you were mixing it or if you were teaching parts of speech, you would have nouns, verbs, and everything, and have the student program the Dash to go to the adjectives. But with this particular resource that I listed, when I was in the classroom, my students read an abridged version of Frankenstein, and there's an abridged on the back table. And when the student had read the first 6 chapters, because the book that I was using had 12 chapters, we did this activity to describe Frankenstein. And the next resource is a profile of Frankenstein. And you can either print this out, and as the students worked in groups or worked individually to program the Dash to go to the adjectives that do describe Frankenstein, you could put them on this chart. You could print it out, or they could use it. This is a Google drawing. You could just make a copy of it, and it could be yours to tweak. Okay, so Lynn, I'm going to turn it over to Lynn.
Okay. I love the Dash just because he is so cute. And sometimes our deaf kids, I'm so sorry they can't hear him go, wee! But as you all know, when you teach English and reading to deaf and hard of hearing kids, I taught 40 years, I think maybe 3 kids listed English and reading as their favorite subject because of the many factors that it is such an ominous task for we as teachers. Here's the English language, where do we start? But our presenters tomorrow will help you with that. And Eugenia this afternoon will help you with the ASL connection. So we're getting there, we're getting better, but it's just hard. So Dash just makes it more fun. And there are a lot of things you can do with the Dash, identifying parts of speech. And I'm going to show you, I want to show you the grid too, but you know, there's a grid. If we have time, we can play with it on the floor where you make a grid just of squares. You can make the things you use with Dash as elaborate or as simple as you want. Want us to do a grid on the floor, maybe 12 blocks. You have nouns in some, adjectives in others, verbs in others. And you say, okay, program the Dash to go to all the verbs. So that way you're programming, but your students have to be able to know the difference between a noun, a verb, and an adjective. It all depends what you're working on. If you're working on prepositions, they have to identify the prepositions, but that's an activity that says, instead of giving them a worksheet, well, you could give them a worksheet, you know, and cut and paste. And with sometimes our deaf and hard of hearing kids, the vocabulary, you could use the same vocabulary on your worksheet, then put the same vocabulary on the grid to reinforce the vocabulary. So you could do it both ways. Another way is having your students know the difference between a regular verb or an irregular verb or verb tenses. I have, you know, the kids just love it when you give them one of these worksheets, don't they? They just say, oh boy, what fun. Certainly, okay. They do not. But this, another one I'm talking about, comparative adjectives, but this is one with finding the verb tense. So you have to read the sentence, find the verb tense. What you could do is put the sentence on a smartboard or have them do the worksheet and have them programmed to have simple past and future on the floor, and you have to program the Dash to go to the correct verb tense. What you could do, if you have your class in 3 teams, have 3 past, present, future, and then the group that figures it out first is kind of a race with the Dash to see who could reach the past, present, and future first. So that's just an idea to use to help when they have to do these English practices. And I don't like.
You're doing this in Blockly or in Go?
I would do it in Blockly.
So how do you measure distance? Like, how easy is it to set up? Like, I know, like, to do that, but then, like, to make Dash go X amount of whatever. Like,
Well, see, that's kind of the programming part, because we did a webinar with Wonder Workshop, and we had a grid, a table, and we did this, and you just have to estimate, go forward, and all the blocks would be the same. You measure all the blocks.
Just how far it goes in Blockly.
Because, you can go forward 5 steps.
Right.
Go backwards. You have to estimate. That's part of the programming. It's trial and error. But
it has different measurements.
Right.
You do want to do centimeters,
Inches, right.
okay, I'm not a math person. I just did the forward backward. And creating a sentence. Okay, in that same grid, you would have vocabulary for who knows how many sentences. So the Dash would have to go to the verb, and the Dash would figure out a sentence that he wanted to create. Then he would have to program your Dash to go create that sentence. So that's another English activity you could do within the grid. let me see, I'm gonna jump ahead a minute. Okay, to help you see. When I'm talking about a grid, this is what I'm talking about making, and this is just painter's tape. So I would say for like your finding your nouns, your verbs, your adjectives, I would do a grid like this. And creating a sentence, I would make a grid like this on the floor. Like the would be over here, dog might be over here, ran would be back in this block. So you would have to program the dash to do the sentences. So for the comparative adjectives, for identifying the parts of speech and creating your sentence activity, I would use this kind of grid. The 12 or 15 grid. If you're working on activities like main idea and supporting details or comparative adjectives,
Just to let you know.
he likes that idea. Okay, so you would have main idea here, supporting and 3 supporting details is one way you could do it. Or if you had comparative adjectives, you could have, I'd call them simple adjectives, your ER, your EST, ER more or less, EST most and least. And one of the worksheets that's back there, they have to pick an adjective. So you could have your dash programmed to pick the right adjective and go to the right ending. So that's the kind of, and I mean, y'all are far more creative than I am. I mean, that's kind of format I would use for main idea, supporting details, comparative adjectives. And there's also an activity I do with have, has, and had. This is maybe more English than you want, but have, has, and had can be a helping verb or a main verb. And many times with deaf kids, we sign have. But have means I have to go to the store. I'll have my husband wash my car. I have a car. So there are 3 basic meanings: need, you have, and possession. So you can have those 3 meanings right here and show a sentence up on your PowerPoint, and the robot has to, and each student could have a square. And so then each robot would have programmed to which meaning is in that sentence. So again, that makes it more fun. Also, you know, subject-verb agreement, that fun one. You could do subject-verb agreement activities in this kind of format in the square. So with English, I would use a 4 square for those type of activities. For identifying parts of speech, creating a sentence, I would use the 12 grid. And another for your retelling a story, you can have the students, depending on your age group, draw the picture of where the story's going, or do the grid, do a path with your painter's tape. And then one time they wrote a story like a friend was sick, so he said Susie was sick, so we went to the store. I left home. I wanted to take Susie a present because she had been sick all week. I had to walk through the park, and so they made trees. And this we also were focusing on prepositions. So we walked through the park. We had to go under a bridge, and we had several prepositions. I mean, they made this fancy little grid with the trees. They had the, those red, see, I'm so old, my age is showing up here. But those red little paper bricks, you used to build buildings, they did those. I mean, they had the best time. But, here we were focusing on prepositions. We included the art part of it. And they were having fun with prepositions, which was the main goal. So those are just 3 formats that are very simple and very easy to set up in your classroom with Dash. Okay. Oh, and that's the 4, oh shoot. The 4 grid, I knew there was something else I wanted to do with that 4 grid. See, that 4 grid is if you're trying to teach you different kinds of sentences, you could have a sentence and you could have a big period there, a huge question mark here, exclamation point, or you could put command or statement for the words. And you would show a sentence up on your PowerPoint and they would have to go to the correct sentence. So that's another activity for the 4 grid. And the retelling of a story. Are y'all familiar with this book? Okay. And this is one of my favorite, and I taught high school, and somebody said, oh, that's elementary. No, honey, we all could use this book. Debbie and I might could use it, especially after the having trouble connecting this morning. But this is a wonderful book, and I reread it. I mean, I had it on my desk. And when my students, you know, high school students, there's always something going on. That is my phone. I had to have it on in case a virtual person had trouble. It's not? Okay. Anyway, excuse me. Anyway, so I would have it on my desk. And there were some students, you know, high school students, there's always drama. And they would come in, and this young man, y'all, my ASO, Trey Gordon, he came in one day, and the girls were driving him crazy because I guess there was so much drama. And he picked this book off my desk, and he signed it in ASL. Oh my gosh, it was beautiful. It was wonderful. So I thought, okay, we had Trey go to the elementary department and sign the story in ASL. And that was making the bridge from your ASL literacy to your English literacy. And it helped us they didn't retell it, they didn't reread it. When I say retell a story, I'm talking about go to their ASL literacy, include if you're about their classifiers, how to set up your characters in ASL, and that will add the ASL literacy part to your English literacy part. So, and there's another book back there. It's called Jonathan, it's a Christmas story. And another teacher criticized me because I had the librarian sign it for ASL. They were seniors. And she criticized me for saying, oh, that's too elementary. But it's about a man who always seems sad. But he made this nativity, he was a wood carver, he made this nativity scene for another lady. Well, you know, he moved to this new town. Nobody really knew why he was such a grump. But came out that his family was supposed to join him, but it was in pioneer days, and she couldn't make the trip because they got sick and died. His wife and I don't mean to be trusting, but his wife and his family all died on the way. But my story, my subject to my seniors was, you're going to graduate, you're going to go out there, and there are going to be people who are grumpy and not very easy to get along with. I said, but you need to be patient because there's usually a reason why. So I'm saying literature, there's always a story behind it. But I won't read you the whole story, but I want to go through it a little bit because it comes in later. Okay. He starts up, he wakes up in the morning. He literally woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Then he goes downstairs. Do they still put gifts in cereal?
Sort of.
But a long time ago, they used to put really good gifts in the cereal.
Yes.
And so his 2 brothers got these really funky gifts in the cereal. And what did he get? Oh, he said in his cereal, all there was cereal. Terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. So it started out, and I love it. He said, I think I'll move to Australia. Okay, then they get in the car, and the carpool, he gets smushed in the middle. He can't see out the window. His teacher, and he's supposed to draw a picture. This would be my drawing if I had to. He was supposed to draw a picture, and he said, the teacher liked the picture of my friend's sailboat better than my invisible castle. Imagine. So I would be the one to draw an invisible castle. He said it was a horrible, terrible, no good, very bad day. Then on the playground, he had issues. Then they go back to the classroom. He sits on a tack. Lunchtime. What show is it? Lunchtime. No, I can't remember now. But there's some story where they always switch lunches because the other mother puts all these nice things and the other has carrot sticks and the other one has like Dolly Madison cupcakes or something. So they're always switching. Same thing. His lunch wasn't any good because his mother put dessert in all his brothers and sisters, but she didn't put dessert in his. Terrible, horrible, no good, very bad. Then they go to the dentist. Nobody has a cavity but Alexander. Then he falls in the mud when they go downstairs. Then they go to buy tennis shoes. The other kids want white tennis shoes with blue stripes, red tennis shoes with stars. He wanted red tennis shoes with blue stripes, but the only color they had in his size were white. Terrible, horrible, very bad day. He's going to Australia. Okay, at dinner time, there's peas. They go to Dad's office and he messes up. He hits 100 copies. Peas for supper. Terrible, horrible, very bad day. But the mother says, well, you have days like that, even in Australia. Okay, I read you the whole story for a purpose. If you have the dash, this is an excellent story to program the dash to, because there are so many places that they go. They go to school. He goes to the lunchroom, the playground. They go to the dentist. They go to see their dad. Then they go back home. So this is a wonderful story to set up, because not only are they're summarizing the story, which is a difficult task for all kids, not just deaf hard hearing, but summarizing is a skill that you have to learn. So they're summarizing the story. Also, this is an excellent story for sequencing. So even if you didn't do the grid with the map to program the dash, this would be a good grid to do the sequencing. And you could put a little number 1 on Dash's forehead and have him put what happened first. And when he gets there, your student could put that as number 1. Give your students like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And number 1, put number 1 on Dash's forehead. He has to find the first thing that happened. Then number 2, put the second. And Haley, do you still teach high school? I mean, you can do the same thing for Pride and Prejudice or Frankenstein. You sequence the story and put the numbers on there and then go to the blocks. So sequencing is another activity. So those are the kind of diagrams I'd use, but fun story. Summarizing skills, a skill we need to work with our deaf hard hearing. Sequencing, and also for vocabulary review. You know, if there's vocabulary in here that they're teaching, you can do the vocabulary. Same grid. If you have a big enough classroom, or if you get lucky enough to have a makerspace in your school, you could have that grid set up all the time, so you wouldn't have to keep inventing the grid and could do these and just put them on index cards. Or you can get fancy, you know, type in fancy fonts on your computer and put the different code, however you want to do it. But good book, and I'm sure y'all know others, but I just like this one for that skill. Punctuation rules. I'm gonna, okay, with Alexander, there's the retelling of the story, which we just did, and then the summarizing of the story. And this is for your reading skills. And also for summarizing a story. Are y'all familiar with the Gift of the Magi? And I have a copy of that out there. But that's a good story to summarize as well. And she goes shopping all day for her husband's present. So you could do, and also summarize, this is cross-curriculum dash. This is an excellent story. I reread the story. Okay, they're paying $20 a week for a room. Her husband's making $8 a day. Now you have our students read that story. There are all sorts of economic inflation, compare, contrast things that you can talk about in that story as well. That's why I picked those two. Did my computer just die?
Yeah.
Almost.
Is it, do I need to reboot it? Is it? Okay, y'all want to stand up and get some water? Y'all stand up, get something to drink, go to the restroom. We'll come back.
No matter how much you.
Okay. But thanks for letting me know.
I'm gonna go on.
We work on that last night. Make sure that
Oh, shoot. Okay, we're gonna do a door prize. We're gonna pick your name out of the cup. Let me go get.
I'm not sure where Lacey went, our assistant, but I'll just let Lynn. This is in person, hopefully. You do have to be present to win.
Cassandra Bagley. These are all handcrafted items from Alabama that you can take back to Utah.
So the next door prize is for our virtual participants. This is for a dash, one of the unboxed demo dash.
Donna McPhillips won the virtual prize.
Yay, Donna.
She'll be excited when she does it. Okay, when during the break, I read some of the comments from people who were watching virtually. I'm sorry, the name of the book is Alexander and the Terrible, Horrible, No Good, Very Bad Day by Judy Word, W-O-R-S-T. That is the book, and it's fun. So if you, and please, if you have questions or continue to communicate that way. And The Gift of the Magi is a short story by O. Henry. And you can go online and type that in and you can pull it up. But excellent for teaching social studies, economics, inflation, historically, compare and contrast, transportation, 1904 now. It's really, young teenagers today are just, they don't like history and they're so, they just, so anyway, I'm a big history freak, but this would be an excellent story because it's a love story too. So, that was class. Mama, you can't separate ELA skills. They all go together. So we've done a little bit of the grammar, identifying parts of speech, finding verbs, all of that. Writing skills. I've heard, they just do not like to write. They do not like to write. My first day of class, the school and high school, you cannot say cuss words. You cannot say bad words. And a lot of times kids do not know what, and adults, sometimes we really don't know what they mean. I said, we just can't say that word. And I said, if you want to say this word, it means the same, hard of hearing because of their voice, you can tell what they're saying. I said, I'm okay with that, but you just can't say the other word. Well, I gave my student a writing activity and I was writing on the board. You have to write a 5-paragraph essay and da-da-da-da-da-da. And I heard this. And I can't say what he said. But I said, it's not going to be that bad. I said, I felt you. Because he said the word I said he could say. So, but anyway, that's just an example of how frustrating. And I get it. It's not like me trying to write Spanish. I wouldn't want to do it either. But however, and this is a whole nother workshop we give at no cost if you're interested. There's one on English skills, developing writing skills, teaching English strategies. There's no cost to you. All you have to do is ask, and we can do it Zoom, or if we can travel again, we can go live. So these are all no cost to you. And this is just a glimpse of what I do in this. But I picked wordless picture books. Are y'all with me? Okay. But most of the time, excuse me, I'm coming back. Most of the time, when you say wordless picture books, you think elementary. They have phenomenal wordless picture books now. phenomenal. And I say use the writing for the wordless picture books because there's no language to intimidate them. It's their idea. Now, if they say it happens in 2022, you know, you gotta kind of, no, that's not the right setting. But this one, are y'all familiar with this one? Have y'all seen this one? Okay, it's called Unspoken. It's by Henry Cole. And it's about the Underground Railroad. And, you know, they left the quilt on the fence to get a sign of them that this was a friendly house or when they were leaving, et cetera, depending on the quilt pattern. They come, the men come, and you don't know anything's going on, except they're looking. And she goes to the barn. And she's going through the corn, she hears something. And again, in this picture, you see the eye. So there's a runaway slave hidden in her barn. But you have to look. Should I, I mean, and you can, okay, is the girl scared? Is she brave? I mean, they can decide the feelings of the girl, if the girl is scared, if she's nervous. But the kids can decide. There's no text controlling their ideas or their thoughts. It's all theirs.
Yeah, I forgot to turn off. Back on there.
So she starts taking food to the table. So the girl,
It'll come from Debbie Gilligan. That's okay.
she keeps taking the food. They come back looking. Do the wanted sign. And now the eye is in the door. She keeps going. She takes him a gift. But if it's a wordless picture book, it gives a key. And I say this is a writing skill because they don't have to come up with the whole story on their own. It gives them a context and a good place to start. They don't have, you don't say, okay, let's write a story about the Underground Railroad. Yeah, right, okay. No, this gives them, and I'm telling you, if you break it down enough and they don't feel intimidated or threatened, they really do enjoy writing. They do. But you've got to make them feel comfortable and confident with it. But this is a good way because they've got basically the storyline right here. And also it gets, but let them be the owner of the story. If they say something way off base, that could possibly be, kind of have to bring them in. But middle school, perfect. Middle school, high school, higher elementary, depends on your students. But again, this is a writing skill. And again, with Dash, another great grid map going from the house to the barn, and you could have the soldiers coming in. But again, you can go around the Dash to retell the story or summarize the story. And here, again, you can use your ASL skills for them to retell the story in ASL, or depends on how much, if you want them to summarize it or if you want them to retell the whole story. Again, reinforcing sequencing skills. Got some music. Yeah, oops, gotta change it. Wordless for elementary, you can go to Florida, that's what she's got several. And also, Jerry Pickney, if y'all are familiar with, it's Jerry Pickney. He does wordless picture books with Aesop's Fable, The Lion and the Mouse, gorgeous pictures. And another thing with that, they are reading the story with the pictures. They're getting the storyline with the pictures, and you can have them rewrite the story, just one sentence a picture, and then you give them the real text. So you can move from them understanding the concepts of the story, the sequence of the story, with no threatening or intimidating language, and then you can move to giving them a story to read. And he's got two totally wordless Aesop fables. And then this, I died on it. This is a sequel. There are 3 of them. Are y'all familiar with the Yeah, I bought all of them. I haven't used it yet, but I bought them. I mean, the pictures are phenomenal. It starts out kind of like C.S. Lewis going through the wardrobe, but this child goes through a red door. This is the second one in the series. But he could be, I don't think he's in Alabama in this picture. But so this could be a study bringing social studies. They could pick a country in Europe that has the same architecture. So you can make this as high level as you want or low, but you could go into study social studies Europe. What place in Europe has this kind of architecture, medieval times? This is the setting, and in these you can go for the setting of the story as well. But I mean, they're beautiful, so the kids will not be bored. And again, this one they could totally come up with their stories. Creative, you can let it be as difficult or as complex as the students want it to be. But there are 3 of them: Journey, Quest, and Return. But they are, and again, I don't know if we can make Dash fly from America to Europe, though. You might have to start it in Europe. Who knows? But anyway, another good map to start with Dash. Doing the creating the map and the retelling of the story. Okay, that's writing with wordless picture books. Have any of you ever done parallel stories? Okay, parallel stories, in my opinion, are the next step from wordless picture books. Because wordless picture books, you're freer. I mean, and may just want to. But parallel stories, you have to know the story, but then you move to you change a character. Like first, you change the name of the characters. And that may be a simple first step. You just change your characters. Then if the animal has a story, you may change if it's about a bird, maybe you change it to a rabbit that hops. But that's going to change the whole dynamic of the story. And there are other things, when you start thinking about things you're changing, that it will influence. Birds eat seeds, rabbits eat veggies. So, you're coming into having to have some background knowledge about your animals, and they start writing stories as different things that you teach them along the way pop up. Because when they start doing it, you say, rabbit doesn't eat seeds, you got to change it. What do rabbits eat? Just an example. But when you do the parallel story, it's creative, but it's also got to be based on some facts. So they have to go back, because this could be your cross-curricular science. Change the object. The basketball bounces in the house, and breaks your mother's lamp, says the sonic boom. Maybe it was a football gets run. You change the object, you can change the fence, you can change the settings. Like you change it, happens in Halloween, you have to change it to Christmas. That's going to change a whole lot in the story. If the setting happens in Maine, then you change it to Florida, especially if the story's Christmas time, it's going to change the whole thing. I went to Florida 2 years ago in December. It was 92 degrees. I mean, I'm from North Carolina. It's not freezing in North Carolina. We don't get white Christmases, but it's not 92 degrees. I'm telling you, my brain could not connect. I was seeing Santa and reindeers and Christmas trees, and I was sweating like crazy. My brain just could not connect. The best one was Santa Claus in his Jimmy Buffett outfit. Now, I handled that one okay. But it's the same thing. When you change these things, they have to think. They have to be creative. But it's a higher level skill. But still, they're having fun with it. So parallels, and 2 good parallel stories would be, I'm going to give you an example. Have y'all ever heard of The Cajun Night Before Christmas? Y'all have never seen that book? Okay, this is a perfect example of a parallel story. You have The Night Before Christmas and The Cajun Night Before Christmas. Of course, 2 houses. And you notice there are no reindeers in Louisiana, they're alligators.
So, I mean, that's the concept. So if your students would have to know what is a parallel story, I thought this would be a good example, because this is definitely a parallel story. And that'd be a good example to read them before you ask them to write it. My family is such a dud. They didn't appreciate that. Because we read stories every Christmas Eve, and my husband keeps complaining we read the same story. So I got this one. They still didn't like this one. I said, I give up. Okay. See, Alexander and the Terrible Problem is a perfect parallel story. You change it to the thing Alexander and a wonderful, exciting, very, very good day. So everything changes to positive. I thought that was about it. Then dash, you go, and even what you could do, you could have the same grid. You could have some kids, well, the grid would be the same, but you might change the adjectives along the way, how he feels. You might have to have them say, how did he feel when he went to the dentist? And have them, you do the grid and they do the dash, but you can add the dash to put the word, does he feel, and the good one, how he feels, and the horrible, terrible, how he feels. So that would be another vocabulary thing. Also, in the vocabulary grid, you can also do synonyms and antonyms. And that 12 grid, that's another activity for that 12 grid. You have your synonyms and your antonyms have the word big, and they have to go to all the synonyms that are correlated with that. And just our advertisement, we offer iExcel at no cost to your school if you have deaf and hard of hearing students. And shape and meaning, like there's big, large, huge, enormous, gigantic, and iExcel is very good. It's called Shades of Meaning, and they have a lot of good skills to teach students different shades of meaning. And I worked with Dr. Brian Bridges. I saw his workshop. The ASL morphing is a good, and Eugene will talk about more this afternoon. But anyway, so that would be another dash activity. And another good parallel story, of course, I kind of mentioned it before, is the gift of magi. The setting to early night changes present day, the gifts exchange, then dash and summarize. So I really had fun with it because 15 years ago when my students read, they're going, what? About, it's kind of fun to do with you, so it's kind of rude awakening of all the different things that happen. Okay. The main ideas and supporting details. I think if you had read any, if any of you've done any of my workshops before, this is the best book to get elementary through high school. When you get to high school, it's simple enough that you can order it for your students as a textbook. But if you're elementary, middle school, you can take their ideas and read them. The name of the book is 10 Steps to Building College Reading Skills by John London. Okay. And now Debbie is going to come back up and go over some more English skills.
I'm just going to briefly go over the reading lesson, which I think did a great job of giving you some ideas for reading, but I want to explain what you have on the Google slide that was sent to you all. So all of these come from Class Connect. These are ideas and lesson plans from Class Connect. So the first one is the school lesson plan. So I read through the lesson plan and tweaked it to fit me. And I found a PowerPoint that I converted it to a Google slide as a free little page. This is the original story. And let me just preface by saying all the resources either I generated or they were free. And if there were some sort of terms that you missed, then I just sent you a link where I found a free resource. But everything on here is free. I rarely pay for my resources. So this is the original story. And also included, and this was a free website. These are maps of 3 different pigs and wool. So your kids can decorate that and attach it to the dash and act out the story. You can also, as Lynn, I think has already touched on, you can make the setting. This wouldn't be a 3D setting. I think I would personally do a 3D setting in which you had blocks and that type of thing. But if you look at the picture up here, it's not a 3D, but that's where they use those templates. So I wanted to provide you with something if you wanted to use that in the classroom. I also have a graphic organizer that you could use basically with any of the subject areas, because it's just good for students to plan, think about, put them in groups, collaborate, and come up with a program before they actually go into Blockly and program the dash. So that's just something I wanted you all to have. You can also explore the mood and the tone of the story by changing the lights and the animation. And you could, as Lynn has said, create a new ending of a story and let Dash act that out. Point of view, I found this, and this is the 3 little pigs from the wolf's point of view. It's very cute, because in his view, he did nothing wrong. It was all those pigs. So you can do that. And the lesson plan for that I also attached. Okay. Separate from Class Connect, I just wanted to share a few resources that I use regularly. This is a game I ordered on Amazon, and it was about $19, I think, $20. And inside are over 200 cards with pictures and words, like basket, compass. You could use this in various ways. If you're teaching vocabulary or writing sentences, or I recently did a presentation on how to use handshakes, teaching ELA skills, and you can place these, if you're using the dash, you can place them in a grid, as Lynn has described, or just put them in various areas on the floor and have students program the dash to go to a card. And then they have to name or tell the handshake that you would use to make the sign for the words. And there's several. I mean, there were some you'd have to pick and choose. But what would be the handshake for money? The handshake. So this is an excellent way for vocabulary. It just gives you a resource where you don't have to print, find the picture. This is, like I said, has over, I think, 250 English words. Related to handshakes, Lynn and I have recently ordered these handshake game cards, and of course, Eugenia will probably touch on this in her session, maybe. But teaching handshakes is very important, especially fundamentally when you're teaching students writing skills or vocabulary. Sometimes, specifically writing skills, if you notice that with a hearing child, as they're building their writing skills, they're allowed to make mistakes, right? They can misspell words. They can put the wrong word in, and they are encouraged. If this is from actually several resources, but the main resource is the Bedrock Literacy, and we'll hear more about that tomorrow. Dr. DePerry talks about using a handshake as a placement tool until the child knows the actual word. So if the child is talking about perhaps he doesn't know the sign for, or doesn't know the word, doesn't comprehend. He has gone to an art museum and seen some eggs, some crystal eggs. Well, he doesn't have the vocabulary to write a story about what he saw on the field trip. Well, he could use a handshake as a placement until he learned that word.
And I believe that's in Unit 2 of that book, and I'm pretty sure Dr. DePerry will touch on that tomorrow. So we have these. Another resource I wanted to share with you, I just ordered this off Amazon, but it's dice, in which if you're reading a particular story or book, you could just throw these out on the floor and have the students program their dash to go to one of the blocks or the die, and it asks a question about the story that they would have to answer. So these are just some resources I want to share with you. So, when you're finished with reading, okay. Where do you go?
There was one book I missed.
You can come on up. We're gonna move right along to science after Lynn comes up and shares. Oh, sorry.
I want to go over just real quickly. When STEM first came out, and you go back to school that year and you're in English, they said, well, you have to incorporate STEM in your classroom. STEAM is the language arts. And they go, what? I just want to, it's not as hard as it seems. Came with 3 little pigs. You make 3 houses, Dash, 1 of straws, 1 popsicle sticks, 1 of blocks. Then Dash has to puts on that little wolf thing Debbie showed you, and he travels around to them and blows on them. But when you do that, that's math. They have to measure, go, science, velocity. Then the English, the past tense, regular verbs. Because when you read the story, The 3 Little Pigs, it's all past. Then writing. Once they finish, they have to explain why the two houses fell and the third one didn't. And since we are the NTID Regional STEM Center, I thought I needed to throw some STEM out there for you. But that is not as hard as it seems. So that was just part of that. Then he travels around. But again, another book. I went through that. Another good book for middle school and high school. There are bukus of vocabulary books out there. But building vocabulary skills is another good one. It's a whole series. It starts with basic groundwork, building, and improving. And this is also online. You can get it digitally as well. And again, that other book is phenomenal. So I just wanted, this book deals with vocabulary, and that one deals with all the context, clues, and inference. And the best thing about this book, it has lots of practice. Most English books, they give you 10 sentences to practice, you're done. This has lots of activities to practice all of these skills. So, and they're not expensive.
I read some of the comments. Going back to this game, this slap C.
Slap C. That was my southern drawl. It made it about 5 syllables. Slap and Z-I, someone asked for the name.
And I did mention the resources. This was learning resources, and it also on the back of the table will teach younger students, and usually the dash would be too advanced. There's also a mouse code and go for younger children, and a B-bot. So those you can order from Learning Resources. Okay, so now for science. I know we have a science teacher out in the audience. I know that for sure. These are ideas, and again, I'm getting all my classroom ideas from Class Connect. So you have access to all of these lesson plans, but the life cycle was actually one I found when I was just searching around. And so I don't have a source for that, but I did share it with you. It is a full lesson plan. I mean, from the warm up to the very end. So that's just something I shared with you. Students research and study the life cycle of either a plant or an animal.
and they draw it on a poster in groups, and then they program their dash to do different animations based on each cycle. You could, and we've mentioned this before, you could use speed or teach speed and distance, program the dash to travel at a specific speed for a set amount of time. I did like this one, animal habitat attached. You design a habitat in a shoebox and you design a costume for your dash. I could really have some fun with this because I was a social studies teacher and we did projects. I did a lot of project-based learning, and this would have been right up my alley. So you see the shoebox with the lion. I love that. Motion and forces, program dash to travel at different speeds to knock down a tower. And you could also, as I said, if he's on carpet or if it's on carpet, the speed will be affected depending on the surface that the dash is on. Kind of running out of time. I did want to do this together, and if we do have time at the end, we'll come back to this part. This was a lesson plan that I really liked. Again, I'm referencing my 3-year-old, 2-year-old, 3-year-old grandson loves the planets. He's in daycare, and they have a curriculum, and they're learning the planets. I'm like, I don't even know much about the planets at my age, so I think it's just cool that he's learning about them. So he and I actually did this lesson. I included a planning sheet in which you give your students, they would have to order the planets. So you could put them in groups. They'd have to research that, use their textbook or whatever to order the planets. And then they will plan out a solar system map. So my grandson Gabriel and I used a poster, and we started with the sun, and we drew the planets. Now you wouldn't want to draw them in one line. You would want to position them so that you could program your robot to go to each of the planets. And as an extension, give students, they have to state one fact about planets. Of course, they could research that on the internet, but I printed out, and this is a free resource, so I gave you plenty, posters about the planets, and Gabriel and I read the posters and talked about the planets. So you actually don't have a PDF of this, you have the link. You go to teachers, pay teachers. If you have an account, you can download it for free. We may have time to go back to this, but I don't know. Because we have one big activity. Okay, social studies lesson plans. Dash for Treasure. This is just something I found in looking for lesson plans. And if you click on it, it's a father and a daughter who have developed this whole web page for you to explore geography using the dash. So when you click on this, it goes to their Google slide presentation, so all the credit for them is there. So I'm pretty sure it's okay for me to share it with you. And what you'll do is you'll need a floor map. So if you have an old wall map, you could use that, or you could order one, or you could have, like I said, buy a shower curtain and use permanent markers and have them draw a world map. And you're just visiting the continents and countries and learning about them as you go. Timelines. I was a social studies teacher, and we did timelines quite often. If you look at the picture in the upper corner, this is just an idea. You could have them research an event and make a timeline. And I just pulled from my own lesson plans. Actually, the lesson plan came from Class Tech, so there's that. But I pulled this resource, and I didn't create this. I got it from Teachers Pay Teachers free. And it's just a foldable in which students had to research the different battles, and I had like you had to know the date, who won, and that kind of thing. Who was fighting against who. And then I also use this. It's a Google drawing, and you could use it as a graphic organizer or a planning sheet as well for them to then make it into a poster. So these are just resources for you to use. Hopefully. Math lessons. Number lines, you use dash to navigate adding and subtracting. Measurement, you can do mazes, area, perimeter, you measure the distance and program dash to travel. Geometry, you can program the dash to make a square, program him to make a circle. And there's actually a kit you can purchase with a marker that you could draw it on a poster. But if you don't purchase it, just use painter's tape. Get that marker and attach it that way and have dash program and use or make the shape. Games for practice, number facts. And you can see in the picture in the bottom, a teacher used playing cards. And I did that quite often when we were adding and subtracting or even multiplication. Sometimes I would use playing cards. Okay, this is where we were going to do an activity on Class Connect. I had assigned you an activity. I'm afraid to even tell you to go there right now. So again, we're going to hold this one as well to see if at the end we have enough time to do that. But I assigned you, it's this, addition of fractions is a lesson plan that's on Class Connect. And I just read the lesson plan and made a worksheet. So I made this worksheet and I shared it with you all. So you just make a copy if you choose to use it. But the activity that I assigned, students will go virtually or you can connect your real dash and you will complete the task, which will help you practice addition of fractions with like denominators. And as Lynn mentioned before, I excel. She said, oh, that looks like some of the skills practice or what the pictures look like in I excel. So I just added a link to add fractions. This is a skill the students would work on. In the comments for those who are virtual, there was several comments, how do I get I excel? Well, contact me or Lynn, and if you have students who are deaf or hard of hearing, we will give you a subscription at no cost. Okay, number lines. This is again when I'm just searching around. Do you all do this like in your planning times? Just search and just you're just looking and you just find all kinds of things. I don't remember when I found this, so I can't really give credit to the people. So hopefully the terms of usage is okay to share with you. But it was free because I didn't pay for it. This is a number line moves dash. This is a first grade lesson plan. And it has worksheets that go with it, and there's links. So I did want to share that with you all. Invite the teachers to that. There's one from the same teacher, geometry shapes. And it just goes step by step. So it's an awesome lesson plan. It'll be very little preparation on your part. This one I did, and of course I didn't have the dash when I was in the classroom, but I wish I had. But when I was teaching fractions, decimals, and percentages, I would print these out on really cool colored paper, and I would lay them out on the floor as a way to get the kids up. And we would play a matching game where you have to match the decimal to the fraction to the percentage. So you could do this using the dash as well, and I just wanted to share that with you. Okay, so this is what I wanted to have enough time for. You might not teach social studies or math, and we want you to leave with something that you can use when you get back in your classroom. So you can either work with a partner or work individually, and we want you to develop your own lesson activity. And Lynn, if you'll give the lesson plan template, just include your subject area, your objective, a description, and if you need any extra materials. And the template it should be right there. Will look like this. So we'll stop for about 20 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes, depending on how much time you need for this. So you're developing a lesson that you can use or incorporate with that.
That's good. So, no, it's all good. Yes.
Any comment?
No, actually,
Debbie has it.
I gave her the iPad
Yeah.
to watch it.
She probably still has it.
Yeah, and if you, I mean, anyone can log on and watch the link.
Yeah, I was just wondering, just in case.
Okay.
I think she probably got her numbers. Bigger ladder. A bigger. I mean.
She still got it.
Yeah, she knows, she's
Okay.
on it right now.
Okay, cool.
You can order wall shapes or something like that. In there.
Yes, that's something. Like, but I'm just hurt. But also.
Like.
You're doing ecosystem.
I'm not trying to bring.
Yeah, sure.
It was in, you have a tree, there's a waterfall.
Whatever.
And you could draw a map of study different animals. You have the animals hidden somewhere. In this poster board.
Okay, and then you get paint dots.
And dash, they say find the.
Yeah.
Or waterfall, they have programs with dash. Or go to certain trees. Oh, she has no idea.
Well, that's what, yeah. About that.
Oh, no.
But no, it won't be.
Well, obviously, I'm reading that. Yeah, like she said.
They'll just have like this and then just have it.
Yeah, so we have to pick the actual.
Gotcha. So we go from this to this, okay, that makes sense. I like it.
We have to go back to one.
Well, I just worked on this transitory.
Okay. Your shuttle screens or the facility. Okay.
So I was just working on some.
Gotcha.
And all the conferences on that.
You get to go to.
So
So you put all the costs on your things.
yeah, and then bottom area. No, not at all. That's not my subject.
I get that, right.
And right before we go to lunch, when I start, I'm gonna give them an advertisement asking people to come to the rules and talk about lunch or whatever. You cut this off, right?
Just tell me whenever you want me to cut it. You'll come with a sign. Look at me and go. And I'll cut it. That works.
Are those the comments we had?
Yeah. Debbie's, I give her an iPad that has it on it.
Okay.
So she can read. Yeah, for just I don't know. Just tell me. All right, we'll see you after. We'll see you back at whatever o'clock, and I'll kill it.
And we'll give you about 5 more minutes, and then what we would like, if you would be willing to come up here and share your activity, we would love that. If you're not comfortable sharing your activity, we still would like you to come up and introduce yourself, where you're from, your school, and what you teach. Because we have Utah, Texas, North Carolina, Mississippi, so we want to introduce ourselves and jump right in this morning, because we're always afraid we're never gonna have enough time. So, but we would like, we're kind of doing it backwards, and we'd like to do that. So when you come up and share your activity, but if you don't want to share your activity, that's not, just come up and introduce yourself. I'm gonna start that at about 11.
Is there any way for me to see who the artists are? I could say by Leslie.
There is a way to look at statistics. I'm still new to YouTube streaming. So I'm not sure if you can check their
I'm
YouTube.
just gonna say who's commenting, that's what.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty.
Okay, now it's y'all's turn to get to talk for a while. And again, if you don't feel comfortable sharing your activity, that's fine. But we would like you to come up and introduce yourself, school, where you teach, whatever else you would like to tell us about you would be fine. So, we're gonna start in the back, please. Both of you, could you guys introduce yourself?
Share our activity. My name is Amy Dennett. I teach English 1 through 4 at Crowley High School. So, I want to create a story of 3 pages from the book West. And we're going to describe the elements of the story, time, place, who, what, why, where, and when. We'll look at each page as identifying elements. Make the grid on the floor and input student choices from the elements. Program Dash to run through those elements and then put together a story. We would need to take index card Dash.
Yes, and I am Shannon Johnson from Texas, also Crowley ISD. I'm the coordinator for that program.
Oh, this way. You talk, we have. Unless you prefer no voice, and you can voice for you. Whichever one you choose to.
Hello, I'm Amy Reinhold and from Utah. I work with Utah School for the Deaf and Blind, teaching kinder through different things, all subject areas. Trying to introduce. I'm Jenny Alvey, also from Utah, and I'm doing itinerant right now, so I have preschool through high school. So I didn't specifically write one lesson plan, but basically with what we've been doing, going through and thinking, oh, with our alphabet letters, this is how I like the grid and going and finding it. My concern has been my kids aren't as familiar with the coding, and so we probably have to teach coding before it then becomes the activity at first, or else the whole activity is just going to be on how to make the robot move. So I thought, well, maybe as we're learning the coding, they do have to go so they could just make it move forward and backwards without the coding, just to add the fun part of the robot as we continue to learn. that way. But alphabets, the planets, I was really excited. I have a student who is everything planets. And so he knows how many moons each planets have. He knows, everything, second grader. And so I was thinking, okay, how can we dress him up like they were talking about? And he's been preparing a PowerPoint. So he's got 3 facts on each of the planets. And so wanting to incorporate that one in there. Addition and subtraction. I like the square and being able to identify the order or the operation that from story problems, that kind of thing. So my mind's more like, how do I apply it around?
That's perfect, because I'd be sitting here thinking, I'd have trouble focusing on one lesson plan too. I'd be sitting here thinking, oh, I could do this, I could do that, I could do the other. And as an advertisement for your itinerary, if you teach all ages, this is great for beginning programming. It's a code and go mouse. And all you have to do, like this is forward, this is back, right, and left. And you can set up this maze, and it can be as there, I don't know, 83, whatever pieces. But this green thing, you can set it up as an L, as an X, and you can set it, and they have little hoops you can go through. But this is an excellent tool for beginning programming. And, you know, when I first did this, it used to be like $25. I did one workshop, I forget where it was, but at lunch, the teachers left, they found out they were on sale at Kohl's. You buy one for $25 and you got it for half price. And honey, they came back with all these houses. But anyway, it's more expensive now, unfortunately. But this is a good beginning coding. And the Bebot that Debbie talked about is the same concept. But that's more, sorry, let me. Bebot is the same concept. But if you've got Bebot also comes like with, y'all remember that game Twister? With the dumb. Okay, this has like a plastic floor covering tube that has a plastic floor covering tube, and it does like, this is good for color recognition, alphabet, letter recognition, and it has materials to go with it. So these are both 2 very good things for beginning coding. And you know, I was really surprised because we went to a STEM day in Kentucky, and I had the code and go mouse, and it was for middle school, and the other person had that Orval's, something that they programmed with the iPad. I'm like, yeah, because they would go to him first and me, and we switched. I said, they're really gonna love coming to me with this code and go mouse after they've done the Orval sphere or whatever. Middle school kids, they really liked it. I mean, it wasn't middle school, it was higher up elementary, but they like this better than that little ball thingy. So it will work with older age kids. So just let you know. Our gentleman in the back, you come next because we'll come back forward.
I am Chad Schroeder. I'm also from Texas. I teach in Fort Worth ISD at Western Hills High School. I taught elementary school for the past 7 years, so this is my first year in high school. Pretty big jump, but I'm loving it. So, thank you. I love it. So I chose a science lesson because I teach science and social studies for the high school. I chose like food chains, food webs, kind of piggybacking off of your idea. Thank you very much. So what you can do is create a grid and have different pictures of organisms or things like that. And then starting with the sun, have them create their own food chain. So starting with the sun, going to a plant, then to an animal, another animal. You can make it as complex or as simple as you'd like. Awesome.
My name is Paige, also from Utah. I teach at the James Hughes School for the Deaf. I teach K-5 STEAM and first grade math and reading.
I'm Cassandra Badgley. I work with the I work at the Just School for Deaf and Blind as well. I'm with Deaf Plus, so I'm middle school, high school, Deaf Plus kiddos.
Won't bore you with my lesson plan.
Go ahead.
So I can't voice for myself. So I'm deaf hard of hearing. My name is Dr. Garden Perry. I'm from North Carolina and the deaf hard of hearing specialist for North Carolina. And the lesson that I did for from middle school to high school, and English language arts for comprehension. The area that I find most difficult for deaf hard of hearing students are being able to summarize and write one of the difficult pieces like Shakespeare, things like that. So I put identify characters in the story, presented and read with descriptive details. And what they would do is they would read their selected story and write down the characters in the story and make a tic-tac-toe grid on the floor with painter's tape. So to develop a code for dash for each box in the tic-tac-toe, and each box will have a character's name. And dash will go to a selected area and stop, and the student would say in ASL what they read, and continue the process until they've completed all the characters. And the material they need is the robot, select the story, it can be online, hard copies, iPad, painter tape, and a laptop or paper and pencil.
Hi, my name is Brittany Crawford. I teach high school science at the Alabama School for the Deaf here in town. And my lesson was cell organelles. I would have a big poster with a picture of a cell and program the dash robot. The student would draw a card, program it to go to that organelle, and then describe the function of that organelle.
I'm Eugenia Daniel. I teach high school ASL. I'm also at the Alabama School for the Deaf, but I also teach public school and a college. My idea was that since I just have one dash robot now, that the kids would all want it. So it would be the prize. We would play a handshake game, and the kids would already decide if they were going to work individually or in teams, and the dash would be programmed to go to their spot and do a dance or whatever celebration the kids chose. And then whoever won that round of the handshake game got to have the dash come and be their cheerleader.
Still hanging on to Alabama here.
I'm Amy Long. I work for AIDB, EH Gentry. We're an adult ed facility. I work with the deaf and hard of hearing population. We also have blind and multi-disabled students. And all of my students are working on something different. We are basically a bridge between high school and whatever's next, whether that's employment or college. And so, like Lynn said, I didn't necessarily make a lesson plan, but I have lots of ideas depending on which student we're talking about.
Ladies in the back over there.
Hello, my name is Monica. I'm from Texas. I work with the Victoria Regional Day School Program for the Deaf in the El Campo Pod site.
And I'm Dee Dee Urban. I'm in Victoria. And
our lesson is ELAR, inferencing and sequencing. We're going to use the no word picture books and then ask them, we're going to do a picture walk, ask them, depending on the student, what do you see, how did they get there, and then they need to explain how they inferred that picture. How did this picture get to this picture? And then later they will write the captions for the story. And then if we incorporate the dash for our lower students, we would have the grid with the 4 blocks and give them 4 different options.
What they think would go next.
And We would use picture book, the prompts, paper, pencil. That's the basics.
I'm saving the best for last, don't worry. I'm Haley. We're both from the Mississippi School for the Deaf. I teach English 7 through 12.
And my name is Susie, and I do reading support for 7 through 12.
Thank you. So we made a little lesson plan talking about point of view, because that's a big thing on the state test. So we would pass out, depending on their level, we would give them a story, a sentence, a paragraph, it just depends. And they would use their highlighters to go through and highlight those key words to show what point of view, if it's first, second, or third person. So if they highlight, then they would use on a square their robot, and then they would have to pick which word showed the point of view. So if it was first person, they would pick I. Oh, that's the word that helped me find the point of view. So then they drive it to I, and then from there they would have to match it with the other tape that says first, second, or third point of view. And that would just be a review.
Okay, I loved your ideas, and Lynn and I got a few ideas to add to our presentation. That was awesome, and that's what it's all about, learning from each other. We have finished a little bit early, but I just don't think we should go back and do the other 3 activities. So they're there if you want to use them for future reference, but we are going to give some door prizes. This will be for our virtual people, and this is another Dash robot that is unboxed. It was used for demo purposes. So
Wishing I was wrong who went in the lottery. Christina Costa. So virtually, if you're with us now, live, congratulations. If not, you'll be happy when you start watching.
okay, we have one more little door prize for you all.
I wish I was this little skinny. Terry Taylor. She's not here. Chad Trotter. Oh, good for you. You're a brave soul, the only man in the group, so. Usually happens. Yes.
Okay, so we are finishing up a little bit early. So if you want to network, socialize, get together, whatever you need to do, or if you have questions for us, and if you are interested and you don't already have iExcel, or you're interested in the Class Connect subscription, let me and Lynn know. I mean, a lot of people have said it. We kind of need to put you there. I don't want to miss anybody that's interested.
Okay, and before you leave, there are a few housekeeping rules. Chad's door prize.
Girl.
Okay, I want to turn off the work because, housekeeping rules, everything's okay in y'all's rooms, y'all have any questions, everything good? Y'all know where to find the food for lunch? Okay, all you have to go downstairs to the first. I'm sorry. Second floor, and that, the whole second floor is basically the cafeteria. And so that's lunch. So everybody can find food, rooms are okay. Any questions about anything? Okay, so now I'm giving my spiel. Okay, today at 3, when Eugenia finishes, on your schedule, we're going to Talladega College to visit the murals. And some people are saying, I don't care about art. I don't know. I'm telling you, these are the artists. If you hate art, you despise art, you still need to go. These are the Armistead murals. They were done, the artist studied from Degas, was his mentor.
They're at Talladega College. I took my children to see them when they were just young, and they were in panel scouts. Probably this wide, and there were 6 of them. Well, they took them out of those panels, and the murals ended up being from there as wide as the whole space. When they took them out, they were estimated to be cost $40 million. So money was raised to restore them. They're now worth $50 million. I'm telling you, they're stunning. It's only gonna be about 30 minutes. Then we're gonna go from there, Talladega, my business, only gonna be about 3 minutes. We'll go from Talladega College to the Heritage Hall Museum, which was once a library. It was one of the Carnegie libraries. And the building itself is worth going to look at. It's a holiday market. All the items in the market are handcrafted. All of them. There's woodworking, there's pottery, there's glass, there's jewelry. There's one lady who buys antique books and makes clothing out of them. So it'll be interesting to look. It's not, if you have grandchildren to buy for, probably not your place, but if you have adults to buy for, you'll be in luck. So I would encourage you to go. But I will, before we leave it, I'm sure the bus or the shuttle is probably gonna be parked right out front at 3. So I just wanted to encourage you to go, because most people, my children have had to drag it. I drug them when they were little, I've had to drag them when they were older. But it's really, I hope it won't disappoint. Did you recently? So you now have some free time. We eat lunch until 12:15. So you can hang out here, or you can go back to the room, and we will see you back here at 1:30. So you can, the robot is now your one. You can put it in timeout. It does not work. Yeah, you probably should. But however, if you want to keep them here, so you have a larger space to play with them later, you can do that, you know, but you have to have a large. It's up to you. I would recommend putting your name on your box. Put your name on your box so you know. And also it's brought to my attention that the serial numbers on the box were not necessarily the same serial numbers on the robot, but we took them all out to charge them to make sure they could be charged. So evidently, we didn't pay enough attention when we put them back in that box. But it doesn't matter. If your robot has a problem, you should be able to call the serial number on the bottom and be okay. If not, just give me a call and I'll send you this out. Okay. So thank you. Y'all have been wonderful. Your ideas are back. And y'all don't know how excited I am to be. I've been so
I can get.
Just send an email. But basically, what we do, if you don't know, we basically that we can. Just send me. I'll send it. I'll take one. And if you watch PowerPoint, questions, you can just talk to Zoom meeting. Debbie and myself will be able to have time to answer the questions.
Yeah.
I'll do it right now on my phone.
It doesn't, whichever email you want me to use, just email me first with the email you want. Oh, and I forgot, thank you to the interpreters, I always forget that, thank y'all so much. You should know, I always forget that. Y'all so good. Did you have a question?
I was just thinking about this, right?
Okay. coming back to see. We have a training.
I said, I do like the crease, like I can go up.
If you want to just like 15 minutes, 15 an hour, or sometime while you're out, so you can basic, show you how to set up the fire.
Okay, and then I think, because I was on a teacher, we use like that. It's actually something that I'm. You know what? This whole concept. Let me see something. I saw the scene with Jerry. And I wonder if our district has already bought it. No.
Okay. And if your deficit is on there already. And the name of your school.
No, what's
Did I need to read? I'll need to come down, how many students?
That way, so that has to be blended.
As long as you're okay with the emotional way.
I have, this year is probably my first year where I feel like I know what I'm doing. So.
You have time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right, yeah.
I have another part of the teacher as well, so it's something that she definitely teaches me work.
Well, she can learn more about it. She can have it.
I'm sure that I start into and.
Not in Zach.
Come down here. And now the security fee is in 1314. Capital S. SPO.
Yeah, because it doesn't have to be.
And then capital S. Capital B, capital C,
Capital what?
B, C.
It's not the first time we did
Well, that was yesterday, their router.
I can't see it. That's
Right above.
Oh, never mind. He said I can't hear.
Network. All right, so that network did not work, so.
We have to connect it.
Which network is it? In artists.
She does.
It's what?
Yeah. Not connected.
Oh, you didn't connect.
Yeah.
Hit the,
Let doctor or could.
yeah, so then hit that, what was the token? In artists.
I have some too, but I'm.
So now what I need to do is check in. RS.
Yeah.
That means the hit next. Hey, yeah, I'll do that. What you did down here is you clicked on something and it went away. You never verified.
I click on stuff all the
There you
time.
are. All right.
And I'll just wear it and I'll, exact integrity, he'll say, I've never seen this.
Well, I'm the tech liaison for this, and so they, stuff like that all the time. It's, okay, I can't do this, and then. there.
Also, one about this class, the little robot is so cute, and you get frustrated. That don't work, but this little guy keeps chirping, you know, man, yeah. Cause he said, yeah, those things are cool. All right.
So I don't have a password, so I have to sign in or join now.
Let me show you some stuff and then I'll ask you the
Sure.
Okay. So when you sign in, you're gonna have a roster. Have you done anything with the roster?
No, I don't have access.
Okay, I just don't report it. Okay, so this is my.
Okay.
It'll pop up. You probably know.
Got it. And then number one, I'm gonna
Just say more codes.
Oh, nice. Okay, so cool.
All you got to do. And students. Yeah. Okay, but you're. So you can type in first period English, third period, whatever.
Create different classes and then add those students to, when it says student ID. and then- Student ID.
That's totally up to you. It can be a student ID that the student has at school.
Right, like their student ID
Your
number or
student ID.
something.
For some reason, I don't do that.
Or just maybe 1, 2.
Yeah.
Because I'm only.
So you can.
So I use 1 through 10 or 1. Okay.
And like the Spanish class.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, and you drop down in, yeah, I got it.
Good, good, good. This is easy enough. Okay, main thing you have to, okay, start off. Main thing is the clause. Clear and out, it's gonna show up for Alabama.
Sure.
And, really, when you do your profile, all this pops up, so it's like comment. And,
Yeah, okay.
yeah, it'll. That's the main thing. Okay, you're gonna have math and ELs.
Then I can click sign for social studies, because I'm actually like teacher now.
Okay, you can have grade levels,
Okay.
and I always do that, especially.
So they don't see like.
It's no big deal, because instead of saying pre-K, K, 1, 3, it's gonna say A.
Maybe that's right.
But,
okay.
but it's not in the face that this is the second grade level.
Right,
It's gonna
B
be,
level
it's
or
gonna, well,
something.
it's gonna have like E, because you got pre-K, K. So I always do that. And see, when you do that. Okay. You're gonna have all your students. Now, you'll have a list of 10.
Correct.
So you can, of course, you can click all of them, or you can just pick, you want it 10 for 10. Or for 10.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But you can individualize.
Yes.
You don't have it, and you don't have assignments go to everybody, you can individualize however you may want.
Are these creative lessons already on here that we're assigning lessons to do? Oh, yes, okay.
You have a choice.
Sure.
Okay, so then high timer, you can extend audio support. It's in there normally for 5th grade, but if you want to extend it to 8th grade.
Got it,
that's
okay,
okay.
okay.
Also, now the audio is in Spanish.
Okay,
So
so if I had any kids that were.
So if your kids are hearing Spanish at home, you can do the Spanish.
Okay.
You can put that thing.
Nice.
So that's your teacher program. I'm gonna show you. Okay, let me show you. Your teacher profile, analytics. And you can play with it, no need.
Oh,
They got so much stuff.
okay.
Like progress and growth. There are 50 different ways that they'll chart.
Right, it'll show, okay.
And score, the main thing I like is score grid, and you can copy any of it, you can print.
Okay.
You know, it shows the score grid.
Oh, nice.
So
So
if
scores
you-
and how they did.
Yeah, so-
And the time they did.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm telling you, I'm not going over all this with you, but you're text video. They
Yeah.
have got so, I mean, it'll tell you how many minutes, what things they've been doing. And so you can print this for your progress reports. Okay, I wish I had it.
Yeah.
That's my favorite, question log, it will give a question log. And you go through.
Which questions they did. Okay.
That'll give you all the questions, you can have a choice for the questions, just the questions they missed, or
Right,
all of
or
them,
all.
and see what you can do, the questions they missed, you can copy them and worksheet.
Okay. In the Word or just through?
Just ask, you can just print it.
Okay, print all this questions or something. See, I do, like, what I'll do is I'll post like something on Discovery and we'll watch a video. And then I'll have a correlating quiz in the long quiz. And so then I'll repost the video, watch the video at home, whatever, and then review the quiz. But it'd be nice to be able to pick out the one, oh, you only have to do 2 more steps. Go. Rewatch it.
So it'll do that, and also trouble spot, same thing, it'll show you, they click on student, it'll show you which, and where they're having trouble first. Okay, dashboard under the teacher.
Yeah.
That's just, okay, I'm gonna show you this though. Live classroom. Okay.
So if I wanted to do something in class right then, I could look at what they're doing.
Yes, see, for me, you know, they're a computer lab, I walk through miles that have people make sure they were.
Right, make sure they're doing stuff.
But they weren't woken up at all school.
Understood.
But see, now you can send it to the computer
And not have to worry about it, okay.
and also now you can chat with it.
Whoa, okay. So I can just sit there and say, okay.
Also, if your students are doing it on an iPad or a laptop, if they're doing it at home, like you said, you have, I want you to do this for homework.
Sure.
You can check and see if they're doing it. So we'll check it live at home. Okay.
Yeah, I've heard of IXL, I just don't know where. Is it some conference? And I don't know if it was, because I was, like I said, I taught elementary school for the past 7 years. So my grade's been 5th grade, elementary, and then I just got this high school job. But kids are about the same level. So I'm teaching the same thing.
You are.
You're
welcome.
Great. But it's comfortable for me now because I know, I feel confident that it's not like I'm having to relearn all the material I've got. So now there are certain subjects that, yeah, I'm happy to do that, but for the most part, it's,
Okay, this is a student perspective.
okay.
What I recommend, okay, if this is, she's been in here a while.
Understood.
But if it's a new student,
Uh-huh.
okay, if they're a new student, this is gonna pop up and say, do you want to step into?
Okay, cool.
That's a diagnosis. I highly recommend.
Got it. So see where you're at.
Yes.
Okay.
And the only dot is for math and English, ELA.
Do you have to set a certain level
You
or?
do not.
You do nothing. They do it and then it just scaffolds down to where they're at. Got it. Okay.
Okay, the main thing though is on your class roster, it's gonna have grades.
Yes, and put the lowest grade you possibly can.
No. Unless you have a 7th grader working in the 1st grade level.
And that's what I'm saying, like, I have let's say a 10th grader right now, she's 11th grade, but she's probably after to do 5th or 6th grade.
No. I would still put her on 10.
Okay, okay.
Because when she steps into the arena,
Yeah.
it'll automatically drop her
Got it.
down. But if she's easily frustrated,
Uh-huh,
go back in and put 7th grade on.
got it, okay. Start her there and work her down, okay.
But I recommend, unless you have a huge gap, I
Sure.
recommend putting up right.
I got it, okay.
So but the first time they do the reading, they should do 30 English, 30 math.
Okay, okay.
After that, preferably IXL wants you to go into their room 15 minutes every week.
So it doesn't keep you out once you're done, there's not much done phase, it's just you just keep going.
It's called a continual diagnosis.
Got it, okay, so diagnostic, I can say, hey, Sharon, you're gonna work 30 minutes, go. And then I set a timer and you're working, and that's it, and then you're gonna do 30 more minutes for English, or There's another
Yeah,
English
why
teacher,
don't
she
you
can do
show-
that, so
Okay,
that makes sense.
okay, I'm sorry, I'm gonna put, okay, this is, I have something else to show you.
Sure.
Teacher. Okay. When you log on a 10th grade student and they hit recommendations, math and English skills are gonna pop up on the 10th grade.
Got it, okay.
Even if they don't do the diagnostic. They're always gonna have work to do on their recommendation.
Sure, okay.
Always.
And so the only way to get rid of the recommendation was to do.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah,
But-
that makes sense.
after they've been in the diagnostic,
Mhm.
IXL will change some of this.
Okay.
How come she doesn't have a star up here? She's supposed to have a star. Okay, let me see, okay. If, of course, that's math, it's English.
Mhm.
But if there's a flag, this is where your darn flag. Okay, and when you want to go to diagnostic, this is gonna be on the wall, you still go to diagnostic.
Okay, click on that, real time diagnostic, say to them, you time or however long.
Okay, then there's a pin, there's a flag, if they have, if,
The red flag type thing?
well, no, it's not red. Anyway, if it's a skill that IXL's put in based on their grade level, this is just gonna show up.
Okay.
If it's a skill that IXL's put in because they have done the diagnostic, there's gonna be a flag.
Okay, because they need to work on this based off of the diagnostic. There you go, got it.
Otherwise, it's just in general terms,
Okay, okay.
but there's always work.
So this could also be something that like, okay, we got 20 minutes left of class, we're done. Hey, go on to IXL and continue working.
And see, if you use that, and see, I have trouble because I've given IXL to teachers and they just don't use it.
Right.
But see, this is, and I understand that, because some programs are not deaf friendly.
Uh-huh.
But see, I'll show you something else.
But this is geared towards deaf?
No,
No, it's just, is this a
But-
SPED program or is this just a regular gen ed?
I don't know who did it.
Okay, okay.
Okay, that's why, I'm back, I gotta sign up for that.
Gotta go to your.
Forgive me, I'm sorry, this has to. But see, that's send your students to the diagnostic.
Yes, yes.
Okay, now, as a teacher, when you hit learning, this is a curriculum.
Okay.
Math, right?
Science, social studies. That's okay. I mean,
But see,
I will be teaching. I probably won't
See?
get to some, but that's okay. So I can look at these.
okay, you hover over it,
That's perfect. Yes, yes.
it'll show you exactly what you're, and if you want to assign that skill,
Well, it works, because there are certain things where it's like, oh my God, you don't know the month here, or you don't know whatever, and so I'm having to decide mini lessons. that I
Okay.
can-
science and social studies, you're gonna have to go. Do you have Google Classroom?
Yes, Google Class.
So you'll
So I can
share-
post it into Google Class.
You'll have to share it by, okay.
That is perfect.
Okay, science and social studies, you have to do it by one.
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
If you have math,
Yes.
then you can hover over the skill. Put the skill. Oh, no, okay, no, I don't need that one. Math. I will show you this though, why it's user friendly. Because if they don't know it,
There you go. Okay, okay. And it reads everything to them.
Yep.
I see that, so that's nice.
that's practice. If they look at it and say, oh my gosh, no, they can say not feeling ready yet, they can click this and it'll lower it. Okay, if they click this and they say, oh crap, what was he thinking? They can jump a level. So the student is in control of it somewhere. It gives them choices. of what they
Okay, you
want.
go vertically, or horizontal. Yeah, okay.
So they can go up or down.
Awesome.
Okay, smart scores. Smart score. Okay, IXL says they have, if they've mastered it, if they're proficient, they're gonna have a smart score of 75 to 80.
Okay.
Mastered is
85, 95, or 85, 90, 95,
You
whatever.
go 100.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, but you do not set the SMART score. Every skill they starts with a zero.
Got it.
And as
And
they
it
answer,
tells, okay.
as they answer questions
So
correctly.
you can just, I can walk by, oh, you're doing good on subtracting.
See, but you
because
can
you're
use this
smart.
for IEP. Okay, this doesn't necessarily go from your 0 to 100 grade, it goes even better.
But at least I can say, oh.
No, it's not. Because if they miss a question, it takes them back down.
Got it.
So if they're doing 80, if they're proficient on Excel on that skill, you know doggone well they're going 75 to 80% accuracy.
Sure.
So you can really use it to do that.
There you go. I can formulate whatever and then go up, go down based off of their smart score. But I can also during the class say, hey, based on IXL work, I can bring that in there too.
Okay.
So.
Okay, we still got time left.
So for today. Until late anyway, so
I mean, you don't have to be back here till 1:30. 1:15.
1:15.
She starts at 1:30. Okay. See this?
Very well, okay.
You're a teacher.
Yeah.
Okay. Nah, I don't want that. Then you hit this and see that star?
Yeah, okay.
As a teacher, you go to that star.
And then you can assign it to those.
You can either click all students.
Boom. And then
Or you can just click one.
And then once you did that, that assigned it to that kid right then and there.
That will go to his or her recommendation wall.
Got it. Yep. That way, okay. This is just how, like, have you heard of math skills, math testing?
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's another thing.
It's something that our district does, but it's kind of like that, where we go math rope.
Okay, I'm gonna show you one more thing as a teacher. Okay, learning. Okay, there are 4 ways you can assign. You can go to learning to the curriculum. You can assign in topics. Like if you want to work on
Yes,
that.
okay, perfect. Yep.
If skill plans. Okay, these are just things that Excel has picked out that most kids need to work on. You can go to your Texas standards. It'll pull them up. Okay. When you assign Texas, it'll show.
Star is what we use.
Okay, Excel is aligned with all these tests. So what you do.
Up to algebra 1 for star. And
Yeah.
math, okay. So I have to explore the science and the social studies and everything like that.
Okay, same thing. It'll have the skills listed.
Love it.
If you want to assign that skill, you'll go to the star.
Perfect. And you go straight to the recommendation.
Let's see. But it'll go straight to recommendation box. That's another way you can assign skills.
Awesome.
Okay. I like that. Also, what I need you to do, you teach math? No?
Not yet, but I will. So currently, no, but I'm only my first year in, and I'm sure that eventually I will have a math course. Exactly. Right now I'm teaching government, but that's partly economics, that's partly world history, that's everything. So.
Because we get funded by how much things are facing. See, we do ACT prep too.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. Okay.
And I'm telling you, my kids earned $500,000 in scholarships.
That's that.
No, because of me teaching strategies.
Oh, there you go.
But this was, but see, they can practice on Excel, the skills we go over.
Uh-huh.
Supposedly, where is it? Wait a minute. Oh, skill plans.
Like the learning? Yeah. Still
Go to skill plans.
personal ACT site plan.
So
You didn't create anything. You just clicked on it.
Okay, what you need to do, because when it clicks up first, it's gonna go. It's gonna look just like this.
Okay.
If your kids have never taken the ACT, I suggest putting 10, 10, 10.
Got it.
If they have, you can put like if they got a 15 or whatever on it. But I was just doing 10, 10, 10.
Okay.
Okay,
And then I'll work on practice.
you click update your plan. And skills will show up on their recommendation wall that align with ACT.
Cool.
So that's it in a nutshell.
Love it.
Yeah, and I pushed this because, I mean, if I had it, what would it save you some work?
Right.
Okay, and you sent me that email.
I should have, yes.
Okay.
But you look at that. So, yeah, you should be able to see the email and yeah, I should have access to, so I can get signed, so it starts.
You got your name, your.
Yes, so here's the email that I just sent.
That's fine, I'll read it.
Good.
I need, but I'm gonna give it something.
I understand. Yeah, Chad Charter, West North High School, Fort Worth, Texas, full IC, about 10 kids there.
What county is for?
Karen?
I might have to have so at your school.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
But I'm gonna.
Yeah, Karen County. I'm gonna just leave my stuff in here.
Oh, yeah, it's.
Perfect. I'm actually gonna. Oh, I left the charger. Oh, well.
Did they give you a name tag?
No. Never got a name tag. And then also there's something about shirt. I don't know if that's this or
I think you're supposed to get a connecting dots.
a t-shirt or something, but I think I didn't get that email until late. And so I might have missed the sign up for a pre
What size?
2XL. If they got it, yeah. I can squeeze into an XL, but I prefer 2XL. Yeah.
Okey doke.
My balls.
I don't think they have any red ones. It must be somebody else's favorite too.
No. It's just a regular public high school. And we have a dedicated program. So it's a regional day school program within the high school. So in Fort Worth, NC, which is in Texas, about an hour or so south of Dallas. You know where that is. Yeah, I actually teaching at the high school I graduated.
That's interesting, because we don't have that.
Okay. They just have schools for them? Or a school? Okay.
So the kids who choose to go to their public school, that are just served by the public school. And depending on how that county can be involved. I know the county where I live, they do, they have an elementary school, but they also want a high school. So any of the kids, all of the county.
Yeah.
That.
So we have a TSC Texas school for that. So anybody in Texas can go there. But then each, it's, I wouldn't say county, but certain school districts, like within my county, Tarrant County, you've got Fort Worth ISD, you've got Crowley ISD, Burkeville ISD, Arlington ISD. Well, so right now we only have about 10 at the high school. But within elementary, middle, high school, there's probably 7 or 8 in Fort Worth ISD. And they have an inclusion program. So most of them are inclusion classes. Now, here recently, we just lost our director.
That's it.
But they've been trying to be more self-contained at the elementary level. They don't really have that in middle school at ELA, self-contained, and then everything else is outclassed. And then high school, we have self.
Only or?
No, we have both. Yeah. So like I teach a self-contained social studies and science, and then the other teacher teaches ELA, and then we also have inclusion classes. So like I go into a world history inclusion and English inclusion class. She goes into an IPC and a geometry class.
So you go in to serve as
support, yes.
And is there an interpreter?
There is also an interpreter as well. But when they come to our classroom, it's just us. There's no interpreter. There's no need right now. Exactly. Or 201, 301. My biggest class is 2. Our biggest class is 3. That's just because we have 9. When I went to high school there in 2009, when I graduated, it was about 22 or 23. So it can fluctuate. But overall, 70 to 90, I want to say, between elementary, middle, and high.
And that's just for Fort Worth.
That is just for Fort Worth ISD. You go 15 minutes down the road, that's Crowley ISD, and they have their own separate thing. And then 20 more minutes there is Birdville, and you got 20 more minutes to Arlington. And so Fort Worth ISD, we get Fort Worth, White Settlement, Aledo, Hazel, all Northwest ISD, all bused into our program. So if you live within a certain mileage or area, you would go to this program. We have a lot of kids that, oh, I started here, I'm moving to Saginaw, oh, Saginaw is in Birdville. So now you can't, so we have a lot of, okay, well, I don't want to go to Birdville, so we'll allow you to come here. Homeschool is supposed to be here. So there's issues like that. They'll move, and now they have to go to use that program, because they're not within our city limits or whatever.
And there's money with that.
Oh, and that's exactly what it is. It's because, oh, you live in Aledo, so you have to come to Fort Worth. Versus, oh, but I live here and I can go to Weatherford. I taught in Weatherford for a year, which is about 20 minutes away, so.
So did you get into that bad because there was so many deaf kids?
No, my mom, dad said that all that, so I'm just for yeah, and it just kind of was an interest of mine, and I was gonna do kinesiology. Went 2 years in, went, yeah, I'm good. let's find something else I'm passionate about. And yeah, that was it. So. So you're an ASL teacher, correct?
I am.
So we just lost our ASL. We couldn't hire them. So at our high school, we started out, couldn't hire anybody all summer. So we had a substitute who could sign, but like she just graduated high school last year, 2 years ago. She was like 19, 20. She came in for about 2 weeks and said, no, I'm good. And so they're like, oh God, we're looking for an interpreter. They're interviewing or not, ASL teacher. They ended up just kind of dissolving the program. So they gave them the option, if you were an ASL 2 or 3, you could go into another room and do a virtual option through a different something or another. So we've got 3 deaf kids that are doing ASL.
It sounds not.
You have lunch there?
I did. Yep.
It's good.
I said, you're not bad.
So, good question. Do these exercises and other ones that I'll show you. The teacher can help connect the right and left sides of your brain more efficiently. They help you. Process information more efficiently. They help reduce anxiety. It's a good question. Doing these exercises and other ones that I'll show you in the future can help connect the right and left sides of your brain more efficiently. They help you process information.
more efficiently. They can help reduce anxiety, stress, work with coordination. And then the other.
They're all just not that. Like, it's okay.
Sorry.
No worries.
Oh, wow.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
It is a cool one.
I stupid the answer called them up first. I already got that. My computer.
I did. Thanks so much. So we swapped out the.
Yes. I left your charger up there. Is that okay for now? Or do you need it? I can get another one.
Well, I do. Are you going to the meeting? Yeah, I want, I could do You'll stay for some.
Back one sec.
When I talked about that last night.
We don't know.
What did I say, Zach? I said Dennis needs to look at it.
Well, it's got the bolts in the back, so we could try taking them out and moving it, but I'm gonna need some help. That's a big TV.
That's what we said, but then we're doing I don't have that copy. I didn't get to drink. That's like resources.
Oh, really?
You don't have a director right now. So the acting director, actually, a lot of sports. I need to know this. I got email, they're at school, I don't know. And then day later, my partner, hey, I signed up for this conference. Why didn't do it? I went, what? Yeah, I signed up for it like Tuesday. Okay, I'll do some research and I'll find out. So I looked at it, I went ahead and signed up for it. Emailed, make sure everything's good. Yeah, we're staying at this thing and everything's paid for. Okay, cool. Sign up. As soon as I sign up the next day, I get access to get price. And inside we go. Just in mind. And so she had to go virtual instead of. So that's why I didn't have it's cool that they.
Are you doing well? Yes, I watch daily on Facebook for your every day. I have watched the video of him learning Portuguese 15 times. Sorry. I had to post 4 videos. I get videos ready. Oh, I was like, I couldn't eat him, and I didn't like it, but I'm in love with him. He doesn't like this.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah. Just like, and you're documenting his whole life. He's gonna look back and talk. You can tell me the first grandchild, right? Yeah.
The rest is gonna be 2 pictures.
That's gonna be it.
That's gonna be it.
Be like, take a picture of the kids like mom.
Yeah, I know. That's what we just say.
Yeah. And no kidding, my grandparents have albums. This is back for social media.
Did you keep them?
My aunt, she can't. No. I'm like, I'm not sure I have. Just a minute. I'm the youngest.
That's lucky. Yeah, me too. Me too. Very few. Slim pickings. Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Well,
you need them photos. You go back. You go back.
I'm gonna go back on my picture because you saw where. Okay, I don't know where that goes, but I'll leave that. Okay.
I'm like, I'll go put it.
You sticking around for this one?
Yeah.
I got a call from Maine this morning.
So if you want to go on, just say.
Here's some comments. I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah. Then I got the white trucks parked up that.
What happened to the iPhone where I was reading the comments? I don't have to delete.
This is the one that had this Bluetooth trouble out. No, that's a different one.
Like this? I've never seen.
I know, they're adorable. Haley, I need your help because I'm allergic to the body. Oh, I can't reach my hand. Diet Coke, please. I don't know. I can't be anywhere. This one has never seen me swim.
Yes.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, next time I saw it, my classroom, I'm gonna recheck it.
I haven't had.
So that you can see that I actually have
over there. This is, yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah. I wouldn't.
Oh, no, we're just walking, so they can be closer to each other. So we're having. Oh, you have to be blessed. You show that to me. I show this one. I would not be telling the whole tri-state area. I'm not sure. Okay.
There's some cheers.
Okay, should I do something?
So. Yes, I do now. I taught elementary classes. So first year.
But that's funny, are you guys?
No, I'm at a regular public.
Okay.
We have a regional next. So.
So you have that student.
Right. So I teach self-contained classes and I have classes. So my courses are government, world history, US history, biology, yeah, environmental system. Yeah, I got the science. And then I also have an inclusion English class and an inclusion world history class. The other teacher there, she teaches all the English and reading, and then she has inclusion IPC and inclusion geometry. Oh yeah, I've got five classes up here. So my 8 days, we have block scheduling, so we have 8 days and B days, 4 classes a day, and so my 8 days I teach 3 classes and I have 1 inclusion. On B days I teach 2 classes at the same period and then inclusion. So constantly on the go, but I have a lot more free time in high school than I did in elementary. Elementary it was 7. We started at 7 all the way until we're done, and then about an hour after school. So now it's like I got a 90-minute plan. I can get things done at that time. And like you said, sitting down, Google, I set up my computer since I'm new to high school. I look at my curriculum, what do I have to teach, and then I go find things. Not about this year I have spent probably $250 on different resources, but that's learning my students and figuring out what they need because to teach the reconstruction to someone who's academically on
30 aside, log back in.
Oh, yeah, I think you just turned it off. I think. We go.
I found a great program that has a whole lesson unit already created. So bought that, it's worth wonders.
Yeah.
So.
I want to do the
And that's, yeah, using that too, so I can post things in there, it's all visual, and you can do it as many times as you want. I don't lock it out, I don't say, oh, it's gonna be due by.
You can actually do like a spreadsheet, kind of elaborate.
Yeah, on Google Drive and stuff like that.
Yeah.
For sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we actually did the high school like that. So I taught it at my elementary school. Facilitation of the deaf and hard of hearing. But I was also certified in DC 6 generator too. So I'm elementary certified and I'll level it.
but I wonder how we know each other our own selves. We reach out.
No idea. I have no idea.
Oh, something like that.
Yes.
I didn't have our phone in the classroom, but we used it for one of our college crafts.
I've used it like just randomly, like, oh, I'm teaching a unit on adding, subtracting fractions. IXL has quizzes, like a simple thing. So I would go on and say, okay, you need to practice this. Go on there and do that. Our district uses a lot of math skills, which math, reading, testing things. So that's program they bought, but.
Well, with IXL, again, there's camp that we did a 3-week camp. We had students that average one grade level and all that.
There you go. And that's what
3
we need.
weeks.
That's what we need. That's definitely what we need. So. And it'd be good for, she's saying homework, but also, oh, we have a suck. I need to give you something to do that you're not just sitting there twiddling your thumbs.
No, it's not strange.
Exactly. Mhm.
Never.
You can see who's idle, who's not. I don't know if it says like, what, guess like, if you're doing automatic answers or if you're just rushing through, what they do that.
If you answer 5, your roll is red.
Okay.
Oh, you ready?
Yeah. Certain programs like,
One second.
they'll just, oh, you're clicking too fast, you need to slow down. And it'll send us an alert to tell them, hey, slow down. Or
1:30
it'll
now.
say, oh, this is a 50 question, I know it's diagnostic, it's continuous, but say it's 50 questions. We just started 2 minutes ago and you're on question 24.
No, it's just for the flag.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Right, it will tell you in there. I can assign those trouble spots that are independent practice or anything like that.
Okay, welcome everyone. We're happy to have you back, and we have some newcomers in the group who've come especially for this presentation. So we're happy to have you all here. Eugenia Vanderpool of Daniel is our speaker. I had to look because I work with her as senior sponsor at ASD, and she recently got married, so I'm not used to the new. But anyway, Eugenia is a
Online said the mic got cut. They can't hear you.
Did you hear that? The mic got cut, so they can't hear the virtual.
I have one of the colleagues that's online said all of a sudden the mic went off.
I can hear it now. I'm actually logged in as well, and it's.
Okay, we had a comment that the virtual audience could not hear, but our tech person is just logged in and he can hear.
One second.
Okay, thank you for letting us know. Thank you. Okay, Eugenia has been a teacher of the Alabama School for the Deaf for over 20 years. She teaches the Access ASL, which allows public school students to learn ASL. She's done that how many years? 10 or 11. She has, and there have been several schools and hearing students who've been able to learn ASL because of her work with that, and that has been a very successful program. She was voted the 2018 Access Teacher of the Year, and she also became adjunct professor at the University of Alabama in 2019. So you Alabama people Auburn people are excited. Auburn, forgive us. She is a nationally certified sign language interpreter with nearly 30 years of interpreting experience. Her roots are in the deaf community. Since childhood, improving communication access by teaching and studying ASL is her passion. She is very skilled. When I'm trying to make the connection between ASL and English, she's my go-to person. So I know y'all will learn a lot and you'll thoroughly enjoy this session. So thank you very much. And thank you, Eugenia, for coming.
What a warm welcome. So I don't have to introduce myself now. I'll just start with this. Anybody else nervous but me? All right. So teaching is easy, simple, good to do, but presenting in front of your peers and colleagues is a very, very different feeling. So I'm super glad you are all here. Like Lynn said, my name is Eugenia. This is my sign name. Yeah, Eugenia. So super glad you're all here. Today we're going to talk about the basics of superlative ASL mouth morphemes. Woohoo! All right, so accessibility. I didn't know what my setup was going to look like when I created this presentation, so I think everybody can see the interpreters. Who needs that? Thank you for speaking up about the online folks not having that information. So if anything else happens, or if you guys need any kind of adjustments, please feel free. Yes, Debbie? Do I need to speak up?
Soft, beautiful voice. But I'm hard of hearing in one ear. I can read the interpreter too.
Better? All right.
For me.
Good deal. All right. Is everybody else able to access? Oh, that's much better. Okay, good deal. Everybody else is able to access the information in the way they need it best. And if anything comes up, feel free to make changes on your own or speak up if I need to do something differently. So, is using mouth morphemes for you? Is this workshop going to be beneficial for you? I hope that if you are a fluent signer, that maybe this will be part of a review, or maybe a look into some grammatical rules and grammatical usage that maybe you didn't have the opportunity to study going through school. I know all of our deaf students have to study English, and they don't always have the opportunity to study ASL. And maybe you're a fluent signer, but that might want to work on your English influence in your sign production. Maybe mouth morphemes just seem kind of weird and mysterious on how you're supposed to do that and when and why. So if you're also a new signer, don't worry. I'll show you the signs that you need to know as we go through, but I don't think anybody is a new signer from the conversations that I've seen. Oh, we've got some new signers. Well, you will be absolutely fine. I will show you the signs that you need to know as we go through. So thank you for being brave enough to come to something that might sound so foreign as superlative mouth morphemes. Yes, and speaking of superlative mouth morphemes, it's a Friday after lunch when we have scheduled an ASL grammar workshop. We might want to talk to the folks in charge about that. So, but don't worry.
It's a good question. Doing these exercises and other ones that I'll show you in the future can help connect the right and left sides of your brain more efficiently. You process information more efficiently. They can help reduce anxiety, stress, work with coordination, and many other things.
I think I'm going to start him again since he kind of started in the middle. So we're going to do a brain break. He's going to talk about the benefits of a brain break. Already got it right here. We're working on it. All right. Let me see if I can press play again.
You know you can do it. It's a good question. Doing these exercises and other ones that I'll show you in the future can help connect the right and left sides of your brain more efficiently. They help you process information more efficiently. They can help reduce anxiety, stress, work with coordination, and many other things. I know you can do it.
Right. That's right. So it means you need to practice. These are really fun, and I use these brain breaks in my classroom often, and there's some science behind it. And there's somewhere like, this guy is on TikTok. He's super cool, super fun. So if you are on TikTok, find him. And there's one of his TikToks that shows like an MRI of someone learning to do it, and it creates new brain connections when you practice and you learn how to do something like this. So this, did you guys hear him say, see him say in the captions or the interpreter, that it improves your ability to process information? That's why we're doing them now. I need your brain able to process information.
You ready for maybe the simplest brain break ever? And to learn a little bit of sign language? D, E. Switch them. Switch them. Switch them. Switch them.
So
Switch 'em one more time.
he's lying about
I
it
know you
being.
can do it.
He's lying about it being the easiest one. He's also poorly making the letter E. But this one I can't do, Debbie. I have to like.
That's easier than the other one.
Is it? It's harder for me. Oh, so stay palm out.
Okay.
I have to really, really think to make my hands do that one. Who could do the first one easier? No? Who could do the second one easier? About the same? Who's already got all your synapses firing and can do them both? Yeah? That one's tough for me. All right, well, good. Now that we've got our brains awake and working, let's dive in. Superlative mouth morphemes are a very important part of ASL, but they are a tiny part compared to the language as a whole. So before we focus on that tiny part of the language, we're going to zoom out and see exactly where these superlative mouth morphemes fit in ASL. This is one of my favorite definitions of ASL. Bill Vickers is a deaf PhD. He has ASL University that's online. Super cool classes. I use his stuff very often, and this is a very inclusive definition, but also from a language perspective. A lot of dictionaries say that it's a language used by the deaf in North America. It is so much more than just that. ASL is not broken English. ASL is not subpar to English. ASL is a full and complete language. So phonology. Are you guys familiar with phonology as it works with English? Yes. I see some yes. All right. Does it have to be sounds? This definition of phonology talks about systematically organizing sounds to make spoken words. It doesn't have to be sounds. ASL has phonology too. I made some tweaks to this definition. The movement of their articulators to produce the spoken words or signed words, because signs are words. ASL phonology is broken into 5 parts, 5 parameters. Are you guys familiar with this? See some yeses, a lot of yeses. That's good. So the first one being hand shape. Debbie and Lynn talked about their hand-shaped cards and playing hand-shaped games. We play a lot of hand-shaped games in ASL. Palm orientation with the up, down, out, in, and inside. The location, where on the body the sign is produced. The movement, just describing, is it a sweep? Is it a tap? And the non-manual marker. So non-manual marker, non meaning not, manual meaning hands, Marker meaning information. Non-manual markers are information that's not on your hands. I typically sign NMM for non-manual markers. Sometimes people will assign expression. They're really different. Non-manual markers are grammatical pieces of information. Expressions are non-manual, and there is information there. It can be emotive, but non-manual markers and the type that we're going to talk about today are grammatical. So we're getting a little warmer. Mouth morphemes are one type of non-manual marker. This is the sign that I use for mouth morphemes. So instead of expression with the whole face, the location is much smaller. So mouth morpheme. Yeah. So what is a morpheme? I think this presentation will be shared with everybody. Is that right? So it already has been? All right, good deal. I really like this definition. It's from handspeak.com. This definition of morpheme includes spoken and signed languages and written language. So it talks about how all the forms of the language has morphemes. So we can take this definition and know that a morpheme is a tiny unit of meaning. So knowing what they are, this is what they do. Mouth morphemes are part of ASL prosody. So let's see just how powerful prosody can be. Any questions about the meaning of this sentence? Everybody understands the sentence? You let me know if I need to change something for you. What if I said, I didn't steal the money. I may have stolen something else. What if I said, I didn't steal the money. I'd have borrowed it, yeah. I didn't steal the money. It wasn't me, but it was somebody else. Which one of those meanings did you guys already think about when you read that sentence? Yeah? None of them? So did you think about something else? Maybe just the whole, I didn't steal, yeah. So prosody is really powerful. Prosody can completely change the meaning of the words. And that's what the mouth morphemes can do. There are hundreds of different mouth morphemes, hundreds. We're just going to do 10 today, but there are hundreds of them. Just like you guys know, there's not a whole ton of research on ASL. There's even less research on mouth morphemes in particular. The information that I use for this comes from Dr. Byron Bridges' research. And there's a slide that shows his mouth morpheme books in case you guys really want some more of it. So we're going to talk about superlative or comparative mouth morphemes today. All right. There are 11 total. What mouth morphemes can you guys think of? What are some that come to mind that you know? Cha. Oh, small O. Flat M, puff cheeks. Yeah, the CS or IS, either one. That can be used both. Puff cheeks. Ah. Yeah, good, good. Yeah, the CS. The I squint. Good. You guys know a ton of them. Super. So let's think about the concept of pretty. All right, so maybe something or someone is pretty. And we can say they're pretty and maybe very pretty. And in some situations, you might say very, very pretty. But what if the thing or the person is prettier than that? What if they're 8 times or 9 times pretty? Lynn, what would you do if somebody wrote that the sunset was very, 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 very pretty on their paper? So, say it again.
Tell them to find another word.
Find another word. But maybe this is the sign that they know, right? Where are the other words? That's where the mouth morphemes come in. And here are the ones that we're going to do. So, a couple of stars there. The FF, language. Language is growing and changing. You don't do this when you're doing the FF, not that one. You know, the simp face that's all popular with the young kids doing that. It's not that. It is not that. Yeah, it's not that. So, the star is there because in Dr. Bridges' research, it seems that that particular mouth morpheme is being used less and less. So maybe it'll go away from usage. Things like that happen in English too. New words come up, other words go away, they become outdated, antiquated. We don't use them anymore. All right, so that's what the star is there. So less and less usage. It's still in usage, we're going to include it, but just know that this one might not be used as much. This one down here, the thou, has a star. Yes, ma'am.
Can I get an example of the star? Like a word?
Yes. Can you wait till the next slide? Okay. Yes. All right. Good deal. So the thou has an additional rule to it. It has, you know, English has all these exceptions to the rule. This, but this, and this, but this. So we're very accustomed to that. ASL is not exempt from those types of exceptions. So with thou, thou can only be used with signs that have a single movement. All right. So the sign pretty works. If it's jump, you can't, it doesn't work. Thou doesn't work with a sign that moves like that. Now, if you really wanted thou, for whatever reason, you could modify the sign. I can sign, and that works. Does not work. All right, can you see? Good. Questions about that? So the last one, the CS plus squint, includes a non-manual marker with your eyes. So your eyes are squinted when you do that for the ultimate pretty, whatever that word is that you choose. Yeah, perfect. Good job. And just like that one, those two are together. They are linked together when you use that one. These are often not done in isolation. We are pulling them out and learning them in isolation, but they are done in conjunction with maybe a sign, inflection, or additional eye gaze changes or body shifts. These are not done in isolation like we're studying them. All right? Okay. So here are my words that I came up with for pretty. So this one without a mouth morpheme, I thought pretty needed something. So I gave that an English equivalent of attractive. Then pretty, I chose the MM. Very pretty. Beautiful. Lovely. Gorgeous. Elegant. Stunning. Breathtaking. Glamorous. Smoking. All right. So these are just my words. All right, they are just my words. Your words for this hierarchy could be very different. The English word choices are very objective. Very objective. But here's what's really cool about this. Often deaf kids are reading and they come across the word breathtaking. It is not breathtaking, but what is it? Oh, there's not an ASL sign for that, so fingerspell it. No. Teach them these mouth morphemes, and there is a way to express all of these concepts in ASL. Just because there's not a particular sign doesn't mean ASL is incapable of expressing that concept. So then when they learn that breathtaking is, then they know that it means very pretty, and they're able to use it and apply it. It is conceptually accurate. Yeah. If you work with younger kids, or if ASL is still new to you, Byron Bridges recommends these 5 at minimum. Or maybe you can start here and then add the others.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
What would you use for the elevated condition of the vowel when you have jump?
Yeah, so you would change the sign. You would modify or inflect the sign for jump if you wanted to use thou. You know, if you wanted to go above that and use the CS plus squint and like show that they're like, you can do that. Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned that these are comparative and superlative, like adjective morphemes. Okay, just
They do not have to be adjectives.
Okay.
They work for tons of English concepts.
I was just automatically like, oh, comparative and superlative adjective. Ooh, so okay.
Adjectives work well, but you know, jump is not an adjective, it is a verb. It can be the verb and the adjective both.
Right.
Like maybe I can hop and maybe somebody else can, you know, really jump really high and incredible. Yeah.
ASL grammar versus that English grammar.
Yeah, I'm glad you're excited about it too. I love it. Lynn.
The reason I love this is the first time I saw it, I'm like, what a way to teach vocabulary. Because like what she said, they'll see breathtaking in a book, this is so wonderful for teaching deaf kids vocabulary. It can do that. When I saw this the first time, I went, oh my gosh, I wish I'd known this 20 years ago. But that's one of as far as an English teacher, is one of the ways I have used it most frequently to help with those shades and nuances, all those nuances of meanings with synonyms.
So I'm looking here at my next slide, and it's not the slide that I want to be next. So we're going to leave this here for just a second, and we're going to do 2 activities together. All right, I'm going to give you guys 2 words and a paper with the hierarchy. I'm going to back up to that hierarchy. Yeah. I am a classroom teacher. I am not grant funded like the lovely ladies before me, so I don't have very cool gifts for you guys, but I do have a gift for you guys. So I have tons of chapstick that I'm going to let you choose the chapstick that you like, because we need to have our lips primed for making all of these mouth morphemes. I'm just gonna let them pass it and choose the one they want. All right, so if you have your paper, let's do the opposite of pretty and do one for ugly. So I want you guys to think about 11 total words. You've got to come up with 10 because I'm giving you the word ugly. All right, that's in a hierarchy. Now, I want you to try to think of them from your own brain, figure out how many words you have in your English repertoire before you pull out your phones and go to Google for other meanings of the word ugly. So try to do as many on your own as you can. is the Alabama sign for ugly. 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 It is not used very often. It's not used by our young people, but older deaf people sign ugly. Did you grow up with that sign, Elaine? Yeah, ugly. You learned ugly? Yeah, it is. Now, so did you learn it here?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, yeah. It is an Alabama sign. Fun. So, oh, are you a Southern girl now?
Oh, yeah.
Then you can sign ugly. It is fine. But you also need to know ugly. Does anybody have any other regional? Oh. Ugly. 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 This is like the general sign that most everybody knows and uses. This is just regional. Does anybody have anything else? Ugly, two-handed. So you can use that inflection and do it two-handed, just like you can with pretty. So pretty can be pretty. You can have that fancy tail on it and come back out. Pretty two-handed, one-handed. So there are lots of ways to inflect the sign to add more meaning. Anybody want to share? Sure. Sure.
Okay, this is our, we start out with plain. Unattractive, and then ugly.
So the ugly went with the FF mouth morpheme. Oh, got it.
Unappealing. Yucky. Disgusting. Crusty. Revolting.
Where are you? Which mouth morpheme are we on?
Is.
Oh.
Raunchy. And busted. I had two. Crusty and busted.
All right, good deal. I like it. Anybody else want to share? Let's do it.
Okay. Not attractive. Ugly. Very ugly. Oogly. So not cute. Surprisingly ugly. Nasty.
What was that last one?
Nasty.
N-A-A-S-T-Y.
Nasty. Yeah. That's Mississippi. Stank. Horrible. Hideous. And then fugly. You get it.
Good deal. So is it easier to say the English words than sign using the mouth morphemes? All right. So when our friends are brave enough to read the their English list, I would love for you guys to sign along and just practice. All right. Sign the sign for ugly and practice with the mouth morphemes. I have a hard time keeping up. I get lost in the thing, but that's all right. Anybody else? No? One more? All right. One more. Let's do one more.
I have a problem because some of mine aren't, I couldn't really think of a specific English word to go with it, but I could think of like
A phrase?
situation where you would see it.
Huh, all right.
So like, for example, on like the ah face, like that's like a girl just told everybody she slept with her boyfriend. You're like, so what's the word to match that?
I can't say it up here.
Oh, I guess I'm sorry. I could read my word. I have unattractive, ugly, very ugly, like disastrous. Lip press is like nasty. Like that was like attitude. That was so ugly to do to someone. I guess down to like puff cheeks is like she is rough, like rough looking. And the face that's with IS, that just reminded me of oops. She looks like a rat. There's not really an English word for that. Zal. I couldn't. I had a situational that was like somebody just made a really rude comment that like insults you, and you're like, ooh, so. And then for CS, when I put dumpster.
Good deal, good deal, good deal. Well, you've got 2 sets of bars on your paper, so let's do one more. Let's do the word smart. Smart. Let's do smart. There's a lot less discussion this time. Do y'all know more smart words, or wake up again with another brain break?
We didn't get any input from the younger.
Oh, y'all didn't have any help this time?
No, we didn't. I said, don't y'all ever talk about people being smart and ugly?
Oh, lots of words for ugly and not so many being smart. There are more ugly people than smart people. All right, is anybody ready to share? Yeah, all right.
So I did smart, and then for the MM I did bright. FF I did intelligent, brilliant. For lip press, I did educated. For awe, I did brainy. Puff cheeks like a bookworm. I just like an agreement, like, oh yeah, they are smart. For Burr, like the smartest person you know. Zhao, thoughtful. And then CS Squint is a thinker.
Yeah. So smart, you often see a shake with it to inflect to mean very smart. So you can shake it too. Good job. Anybody else want to share? Lynn? Oh. So this sign? Yeah. So there's one brain in there, right? There's just one. But if you're so smart that you have two, then you're really smart. But you can be even smarter than that, right? And so often this sign is used to show that you are well versed in whatever that topic is. So, Lynn, I think it would be fair to say that Lynn Dunn is with English, right? So, even more. Good deal. So this has all been related to English words, but for the next thing I want to do is I want to get rid of the English altogether. All right, so we're going to use our superlative mouth morphemes in a number story, a 1 to 5 story. I'm going to show you a little video, hopefully it'll work, for the premise of the story. Then I'll teach you the story, and then you guys can choose the superlative mouth morphemes that you think best fit. Okay? All right, you can do it. There's no audio. So the sound came on right in time for the roar. Okay. So the number story goes like this. Ones, and it's the dinosaur walking. All right. So I want everybody to use your one and walk. Then 2, the dinosaur is walking, getting closer. 3, even closer. 4 is the roar. And 5, the people in the Jeep. All right, so I think that we can all agree that the scared should be the CS squint. All right, the roar doesn't need a superlative mouth morpheme because it's not comparing anything, right? It's not getting bigger or higher or more or worse, all right? But the 1, 2, and 3, they are, because the dinosaur is getting closer and closer and closer, right? So the 1, the 2, the 3, 4 is the roar, and 5, we are going to do a body shift because it's not the dinosaur anymore, and sign scared with the CS squint. Okay, so talk with the people around you and figure out which of the superlative mouth morphemes best fit that 1, 2, and 3. Which ones feel right? Which ones follow the grammatical rules? All right, so I see a lot of people seem to be done. Is anybody still choosing their mouth morphemes? Anybody willing to share? I've seen some good ones. Will you stand up and do it? You just did a great job. You can bring your paper if you need it. Yay! Who else wants to share? Some of you, did you choose some different ones maybe? And that's all right. You want to show yours? Yay! Now, have you known number stories before? Is that your very first number story? Super cool, super cool. Do you know about number stories? No, all right. That's part of ASL literacy, to create number stories and ABC stories and lots of different kinds of stories. So yeah, it doesn't follow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as the meaning of counting, but it uses those hand shapes to tell the story with expressions and mouth morphemes. Can we see yours? Yay! Fantastic. Anybody else want to share their 1 through 5 number story? No? All right. Well, we are almost out of time. This is Byron Bridges' book, all about mouth morphemes and ASL. It is not Dr. Bridges on his own. The other author is Melanie Metzgar. Metzgar, yes. Melanie. Ooh, I might need some help with that. All right. So Byron and Melanie wrote this book together. It comes with a DVD, so you can watch things. If you are just really hungry for even more information about how mouth morphemes, not just superlatives, but how mouth morphemes work in ASL. Questions?
This was awesome.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much.
Can we ask you like a personal question? I don't want to
Sure.
get off track, but okay, so kind of a brain fart. But so your work right now is to do kind of like research into like setting up a language almost like an English class for the hearing, but maybe like an ASL class for the deaf.
Yes.
Okay.
So what I do for part of my day is that. So my on-campus ASL classes are language study classes.
Is that on campus?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I'm full-time at the Alabama School for the Deaf. So my classroom is there. It's the very first one when you walk in the front door. So come in, just right there on the left. So come see me. And so I teach in person in the mornings with deaf kids in my classroom. And the majority of the time, that's what I do. Like my ASL classes are deaf studies, and we study ASL as a language. And then I do have like a language delay class where we are building language. And then in my afternoons, I connect video conference to the public schools and teach them, and they're taking ASL for their foreign language credit. Yeah, that's what I do. You know, I've been doing it for a long, different, what I do is very different because they are in a classroom with an adult there. So there's a facilitator in the classroom. So I don't have, it's not a, yeah. So it is not the easiest, but we've been doing it a long time and got it worked out.
You want to share some of the activities you did to bring the two groups together, like having some hearing kids come to prom?
Yeah, sure. I love teaching the hearing kids for lots of reasons. I'm very thankful to ASD for even allowing me to do that. It is a tremendous partnership, and I'm very cultural focused. And that's something I meant to say back at the beginning. I know that a hearing person teaching ASL things can be really sticky. I've been in the deaf community for many years, and the deaf locals know me, know my heart and my skill and my background, and I teach ASL with their full support and blessing. So if any of you would like to come and chat with me and, who are you to teach my language, I'll be happy to share and be honest and listen and whatever. So it is a very cultural focus. These hearing kids 10 years from now may not remember a single sign we learned in class, but they're going to remember meeting the deaf kids at the prom or at a, social event. We go to a park in the summertime, and I bring my hearing classes and I bring my deaf kids, and we play games, and they share social media contacts. And one day we're driving, and one of the deaf kids said, "Hey, Shelby just texted me and wants to know when we're going to be there." Oh, you're talking to Shelby. So, they're going to remember those contacts and relationships, so that when they're at their job and there's a deaf person and there's all right, well, let me look at the resume. Let me see what we can do. It's not going to be, oh, I don't know what to do with that. So that is very important. I've got kids that go to the ITP or go to deaf ed programs. So it really feeds back into the deaf community. And a lot of them in Alabama. Very recently with one of my public schools, there was an email about, that's another thing. The public schools, I have 3 right now, and 2 of them have deaf students in those public school classes. So I'm providing, 25, 30 kids in those classes that can now talk to the deaf kids in the mainstream schools, which is beautiful. But an email about one of the deaf girls in the public school, and one of the names that was CC'd was one of my former students. I was like, "Girl, what are you doing?" And she's doing deaf ed and is working at that school. Yes, that's what it's all about. So feeding back in, and I really love that. More questions? All right, well, this is me. There's my email address in case you want to keep in touch, or if you think of something else. Thank you guys so much for participating and for being a part. I appreciate you all.
Thank you so much, Eugenia. That was wonderful. Thank you for sharing, and so much fun. We really appreciate it. Okay, we're a little bit ahead of schedule. So we're going to leave for the museum. If you will be out front of Bagley, no, at 2:55. Well, we're going to leave at 3. But the bus is going to be out front at 2:55 to go to the museum. So that's going to give you, if you get there, we're not going to leave you. We're going to leave at 3, but the bus will be there at 2:55. So you've got about 25 minutes if you want to go to your room or just sit here and chill out for a few minutes. That's totally up to you. But if you do not want to go to the museum, let me know so we don't wait for you. Okay?
What can you suggest for the local people?
The local people? I guess go get a cup of coffee and get a snack and enjoy. Oh, but if you're local, if you just want to meet us at the museum, we'll get there probably about 3:10. You know where?
At the Heritage?
No, we're going to. Okay. We'll meet you. I will be down front at 2:55. We'll leave at 3:05.